topic of efforts to achieve in promoting regional peace and stability. So once again, good morning to all of you. And now we have an exciting lineup of speakers on the topics that will further enrich our understanding and perspectives. So with this, we like to continue with this session. So let's introduce the panelists then.
Okay, our panelists in this session are Associate Professor Dr. Piti Srisangnam, His Excellency Mr. Rashmat Budiman, and Major General Jumpot Nurakhet. And this session will be moderated
at Chulalongkorn University. He holds a PhD in Economics and Commerce from the University of Melbourne and a Master's of Arts in International Economics and Finance from Chulalongkorn University as well. He has been teaching International Economics and ASEAN Studies since 2002 and has held key academic positions at Chulalongkorn University. Dr. Piti also has published extensive publications actually on Southeast Asia's socio-economic development and ASEAN relations. He has received numerous awards, including the 2023 Australian Alumni of the Year, and currently resides in Jakarta, Indonesia.
And next we have with us here His Excellency Mr. Rashmat Budiman, the Ambassador of Indonesia to Thailand. He has extensive diplomatic experience, including roles as Inspector General at Indonesia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ambassador to Austria. His previous positions include Director of Legal Affairs, Secretary of the Directorate General of Information and Public Diplomacy, and various roles in Indonesia's missions at the UN in Vienna, Perth, and The Hague. He holds a bachelor's degree in law from the University of Indonesia and has completed several diplomatic training programs.
I'd just like to add on that point that the ambassador also sings Loi Krathong really well. He knows Thailand really inside out. And another speaker of the panelists I'd like to introduce to you is Major General Jumpot Nurakhet, Director of the Peace Operations Center, Director of Joint Operations of the Royal Thai Armed Forces, that is. He was an advisor to the UN Permanent Mission in New York. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering from Chula Jomklao Royal Military Academy and a Master of Engineering from Stevens Institute of Technology, United States of America. His extensive academic background includes advanced military training from prestigious institutions in Thailand, the United States, Australia, specializing in artillery, peacekeeping, and strategic studies. And he also currently the student of the National Defense College here in Thailand.
And of course, our moderator for this session, Commander Kanok Bunnak. He is a senior defense technology analyst at Thailand's Defense Technology Institute with degrees from the U.S. Naval Academy, Annapolis, the University of New South Wales, and extensive experience in the Royal Thai Navy. He's an expert in regional security and modern warfare in the Indo-Pacific. And it's about time to begin, so we'd like to give the floor to our moderator.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and esteemed panelists, good morning. Welcome to session 4 of Thailand Security Dialogue 2024. This morning, we will deep dive into one of the crucial topics of this dialogue, which is efforts to achieve in promoting regional peace and stability. I believe we find ourselves in a very dynamic time at the moment. We see tensions, conflicts, and crises rising and escalating in many parts of the world. And of course, Southeast Asia in particular has become a key focal point of strategic interest and also strategic competition among great powers. In this rapidly shifting geopolitical landscape, challenges to achieving and maintaining peace and stability are more complex than ever. However, through collective efforts and also strategic dialogue, I think we can pave a way toward a more secure, more stable, more peaceful region, and that's why we are here today. And today, we are privileged to have with us 3 distinguished panelists who bring a wealth of experience and insight into this important topic. And throughout this session, we will explore various efforts and initiatives undertaken by ASEAN and also its members, especially Thailand and Indonesia, in promoting peace and stability. We will also delve into challenges these efforts face and how we can overcome them. And I will invite each panelist to share their opinion and expertise on the topic, followed by a Q&A session. And during the discussion, if any of you have any questions, please feel free to write down your questions on the QR code that we provide to you. And I will try to facilitate your question to be answered on this stage, okay? I think it's time to start our panel discussion. First, I would like to ask Dr. Piti to share his perspective on ASEAN's as well as Thailand's role in promoting peace and stability. Dr. Piti, you have the floor, sir.
Yes. Good morning. Sawasdee krap. Thank you very much for allowing me to talk to you today. But of course, before I start, I would like to make a clear remarks here that today I will drop myself from the role of the executive directors of the ASEAN Foundations and talk to you from my actual career, which is the university professor. Hence, the opinion I express today will not represent the opinions of the ASEAN and ASEAN Foundations. It will be only my perspectives from the university's professor. So let's start. I'm going to talk about the topic of ASEAN efforts to promote peace and stability in Southeast Asia. And as you already know that ASEAN is the corporations, multi-dimensional, multi-level corporations between 10 Southeast Asian countries, 750 million populations in the very, very strategic corners of the whole world. And from the history, ASEAN was born between the conflicts, right? As you can see, in the midst of the second Indo-China war, where we see Soviet try very hard to send their influence over the northern part of Vietnam, and the US try also at the equal level, try to intervene from the southern part of Vietnam. Hence, in order to avoid the conflicts of the superpower, at that time ASEAN need to stop their own internal conflicts. That's why ASEAN was born at the very first place on the 8th of August 1967, 57 years ago. And from then, since then, as you can see, the important initiatives and agreements between ASEAN, we are ahead of our time. It seems like ASEAN leaders and ASEAN mechanisms came from the future. As you can see, from 1971, we confirm our positions to be the zone of peace, freedom, and neutralities. Followed by 1978, we upgrade ourselves from ministerial meeting to ASEAN summit for the very first time. And after that, within the period of 3 years, we start talking on the very, very modernized and current issues. But we start talking about these issues since 1979. We are talking about food securities. And it was upgraded. Nowadays, between ASEAN and +3, China, Japan, and Korea, we have a very, very big warehouse where we stock our food staple. Hence, in case of the food insecurity, we have our mechanism in order to make sure that we will be fed very, very well. By 1986, ASEAN start talking about ASEAN energy corporations. Of course, this is the outcome from the oil crisis back in 1971 and 1979. So we set up the mechanism that we ensure that we will secure in terms of energies. And because we have countries like Laos, PDR, who have excess energy capacity productions, we have ASEAN power grid. So we can ensure our power and energy securities. As you can see, when the world order changed from Cold War to the globalizations back in 1991, ASEAN also initiated the so-called ASEAN Free Trade Agreements. About the times, US, Mexico, and Canada initiated NAFTA, and EU upgraded itself from Maastricht treaties back in 1993. We start talking about the issues of South China Sea since 1992, right? We have declarations on the South China Sea, and we try very hard in order to push the code of conduct in South China Sea to be able to be there. By the mid of 1990s, Thailand, by late beloved Professor Surin Pitsuwan, he gave the idea of the so-called ASEAN Regional Forum. And that's the very, very big security forum, right? For ASEAN 10 countries plus 17 dialogue, plus 17 partners. And among these 17 partners, you will see South Korea sit not so far from North Korea. Pakistan and India in the same meeting room, and of course, Russia, China, and the US within the same meeting room as well. And as you can see, that ASEAN Regional Forum continue. The photo, it just happened recently in Laos, because this year Laos host ASEAN Summit meeting. So we are trying very hard in order to come up with a mechanism that ensure peace and stability in our regions. And of course, amidst these conflicts of the Indo-Pacific regions, in the year 2019, when Thailand hosts ASEAN Summit, Thailand and Indonesia work very, very hard in order to push the so-called ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific to set the rules of the games in these arenas. So this is the thing that happens. But of course, we try very hard to ensure the concept of ASEAN centralities. In order to confirm the concept of ASEAN centralities, we did it for a very, very long time. For example, during 1980s, you may remember, General Chachai Chunhawan, Thai Prime Minister at that time, come up with the idea to change the battlefield to the trade zone. Hence, we are the mediator. ASEAN and Thailand are the mediator at that time in order to bring peace to Cambodia. Recently, of course, for the past couple of years, ASEAN and Thailand try very hard, both official way and unofficial way, in order to make peace in Myanmar. For example, on the official way, we have 5-point consensus. On the unofficial ways, Thailand hosts the Track 1.5 meeting in order to keep updating about the situations in Myanmar by try very hard to invite all parties in Myanmar, India, China, Bangladesh, and of course, ASEAN member plus Korea and Japan to create the forum that at least we know each other on what things that happen. Apart from ASEAN, we also have so many sub-regional forums that allow us to articulate and bring our sub-region to realize the perpetual peace. Apart from ASEAN, we have ACMEX between Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, Vietnam, and Cambodia. We have GMS and Lan Chang Mae Khong between mainland ASEAN and China. We have BIMSTEC, Thailand, Myanmar, plus the countries surrounded the Bay of Bengal, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Bhutan. Among the maritime ASEAN, we have IMTGT, India, Malaysia, Thailand, Gulf Triangles, and BIMPIAGA, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East ASEAN Growth Area. As you can see, we try very hard in order to implement these kind of cooperations, because we believe if we have a chance to talk, if the security people have a chance to meet with each other, then peace will be there. And of course, right now, we face with the greatest geopolitical conflicts. The current situation of the geopolitical conflicts can be concluded by the 6 words. Start with the capital D. The first one, we are talking about destabilizations. Of course, we see the conflict between NATO and Russia burst out in Ukraine. This will be longer than any party is expected. We see the conflict in the Middle East between Israel and so many countries and non-state actors in the Middle East. We see the conflict try to compete for the natural resources in African countries, especially at the Sahel area. But of course, close to our home, Myanmar, considered as the largest proxy warfare that happened right now next to our home on the western part of ASEAN, Southeast Asia. Thailand happened to share the borders with Myanmar for 2,401 kilometers. Hence, we try very hard to ensure that this situation will not escalate until it's become the regional war. And of course, on the eastern part of Southeast Asia, we see the series of conflicts from South China Sea to Strait of Taiwan to Korean Peninsula. And these three areas seem to right now become more and more united into a bigger and bigger conflict that looming right now. So that's the issues of destabilizations. For ASEAN, we have to consider the effect of food securities and energy securities that we may affect from this kind of destabilizations. That's the thing that happens in the real world. Beyond the real world, in the cyberspace, we see technology war, we see digital divided, we see the compete between two major countries, China and the US, to conquer the new technologies. If any parties can monopolize these technologies, it will send a very, very strong effect to the global securities. But of course, for Southeast Asia, we seem to be lag behind. We are not the lead countries in terms of technologies. Hence, this is a thing that we may need to consider. Then we see the fashions of deglobalizations. WTO means nothing today. It's under the world of trade war and technology war, economic war. Even the US, who always support globalizations, free trade, trade liberalizations, investment liberalizations, but US itself initiated trade war back in 2017 and 2018. Currently, we are no longer talking about globalizations. Deglobalization is there. And of course, for the global supply chain, we see the attempt that try to split the supply chain into two global chains from the decoupling and de-risking global value chains. In the near future, we will talk about US-led global supply chain and China-led global supply chain. And of course, we also, that's in the real production sectors. For the financial sectors, we see the current of de-dollarizations. With the push factors from the US itself, because they implemented the irresponsible monetary policy and fiscal policy for more than 2 decades. And of course, US dollar was weaponized in order to do the so-called extra jurisdictional laws. And of course, with the pull factors, where the new group of countries, such as BRIC+, try also very hard to create its own payment systems. Hence, we see this happens in financial world. But no matter what real sectors or financial sectors, everything happens in the last D, and this seems to be the largest disrupt that happens to us, which is the degradations of environments. And as you can see, most of the security issues nowadays, we are not talking about the conflict of military power. We are no longer talking about the conflicts of political ideologies like in the Cold War times or the World War times. We are talking on the issues of geo-economics confrontations. Nowadays, economic tools such as credit card payment systems, money transfer among the countries with SWIFT systems, international reserves, insurance company, logistic companies, banking loan are used to do the warfare 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You see it happens with Iran. You see it happens with Russia right now. And you see trade war, technology war, economic war happens all over the world. Hence, geoeconomics or the applications of the power politics by economic means is the context which we are global trade and investment rather than on traditional battlefields. And this is the new normal. Hence, when it comes new normal, that means we also need a new tools as well. For example, Southeast Asia countries, ASEAN, back in 2009, we released the so-called ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, to ensure that when at least 14 countries around the world issues the Indo-Pacific strategies with the aim to talk about security confrontations, ASEAN who own these locations try to turn the way. As you can see, when we talk about outlook on the Indo-Pacific, as the owner of our home, we talk about maritime corporations. We talk about the ASEAN existing architecture to ensure the ASEAN centralities. No matter who you are, China, US, Japan, Korea, EU, if you need to interact with these geographical locations, you have to follow our rules because we are the owner of our home. And of course, the second issue, the second essence of the outlook on the Indo-Pacific, we are talking about connectivities. Not only in terms of infrastructures, but connectivities also includes the connectivity between amongst the three pillars of ASEAN. ASEAN socio-cultural communities, ASEAN political security communities, and ASEAN economic communities. And of course, the goal for ASEAN, when we talk about Indo-Pacific, we talk about sustainable development, especially the one that concordance to UN SDG 2030s. And last but not the least, we are talking about economic cooperations. We try very hard in order to make sure that even you have two split supply chain, ASEAN will be there and try to merge the two supply chain together. That's why we try very hard to negotiate. And it's already there, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or the RCEP. This is the largest FTA in the whole world among 10 ASEAN countries, plus China, Japan, Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. We are talking about 3.5 billion populations. We are talking about 30% of the global trades. And of course, master plan on ASEAN connectivities will be finished by the year 2025, and waiting for the new one. It will be released when Malaysia chair ASEAN Summit next year. This thing will keep on going in order to ensure that the freedom of navigations, the connectivities between this most important choke point from the Bay of Bengal to the Pacific via Strait of Malacca will not be disrupted, both in terms of goods, services, and energies. Hence, the situations right now, we can say that we are in the situation of Cold War 2.0. The Cold War is the phenomenon of conflict that has not yet ended, but there has been a sequel from the first Cold War, or the Cold War 1.0, to the new Cold War, hence Cold War 2.0. This endless sequel to the Cold War affected the structures of the world political economies. Geopolitical conflicts and geoeconomic confrontations have become a challenge for policymakers to design foreign policy to appropriately respond to the new context and the new global crisis. And of course, this Cold War 2.0, it's same, but different from Cold War 1.0. Because this time, it will be long-lasting conflicts and have a severe impact on both Thai economies and ASEAN economies, because we tie up each other more than Cold War 1.0. During Cold War 1.0, Soviet GDP is less than 45% compared to US GDP. But in this Cold War 2.0, China is about to take over US GDP within the end of these decades. And of course, in the past, the volume of trade between Soviet and US are so little. But China and the US are in the same global supply chain. Even they try so hard to split it. But as you can see, the volume of trade between China and US keep increasing year by year. And of course, in the next couple of months, no matter who wins the US elections, US security policy will not change. The confrontation will be there. And of course, United States remain in the power recessions from unipolar towards the multipolarities. China, of course, is on the rise, but trust crisis is the China's biggest obstacle. And the global value chain will be split into the dual supply chains. For Thailand and ASEAN countries, I think we share the same internal challenges. For example, the manufacturing sectors of Southeast Asia are lagging behind. We need to upgrade ourselves. We need new technologies, but we still consider those technologies as the disrupt factors. Each country have the population structures problems. Thailand goes into the area of aged societies and soon extremely aged societies. While countries like Indonesia, they have the problem of excess labor supply. Hence, if we match each other, we can solve this problem at the regional level. And of course, we have a very weak institutions in terms of law enforcement, bad governance, corruption, and all of this cause inequality within and among Southeast Asian countries. Hence, to cope up with the 6D disrupt in geopolitics world, as the economist, I propose to use the 6E concept of economics to solve these problems. Start by the first one, of course, this is the strong point of ASEAN, economy of scales. Each country stand alone, very small market, lack of labor. But if we hold our hand together, we can create a very, very powerful forces in economics, which is the economy of scale. So we can be the production house of the world. We can be the assistant to China factories, and we can fulfill US supply chain. Hence, what we need among ASEAN, we need FTA, more FTA. Among trade war, we need this kind of agreements. And of course, we also need to upgrade our own FTA as well. ASEAN Trade in Goods Agreements, ASEAN Trade in Services Agreements, ASEAN Comprehensive Investment Agreements. We need to go deeper and broader. And at the same time, we need the next gen trading arrangements, such as we have to get involved with the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, especially that last pillar that we still negotiate, which is the trade facilitations. But of course, at the same time, we also need the alternative economic cooperation, such as BRIC Plus. We also need to upgrade ourselves by joining the OECD. And of course, beyond the physical world, we need the so-called Digital Economic Framework Agreements, or DEFA. Beyond the global scapes, we need to join such as Artemis Accords. For the securities, in order to achieve global economy of scales, how about we join and build the global positioning system by using a set of satellites that we can share the informations together instead of depend on US, China, and Russia, as well as EU systems, the four main systems. We have to think about it more. Then we need economic of speed. We need to move fast. In order to do this, we need capacity building. We may need to open our market of labor in order to allow the professional to move across borders and challenge the local workers to be more efficient, to wake up and start upgrade itself. We need economy of scopes. Not only supply chain, but we are talking about global value chain because we are a demand side. Hence, we are not talking only supply side management, but we should use our demand, 750 million populations, to create the bargaining power. So this is the power of demand. We need to strengthen our AEC, ASEAN production base. And of course, we need partners in terms of technologies. Of course, between number one and number two, China and the US, they may compete each other. But how about UK? How about Germany? How about Russia? How about South Korea? How about Iran? How about Saudi Arabia? We have a very, very good technologies, and we should shaking hand with them. And then the third one, if we are going to upgrade ourselves, we need to also set up the new mindset related to environmental issues, fighting against climate change. In most of Southeast Asian countries, we still have a physical space. Indonesia, for example, they have a very, very low debt to GDP ratio. Thailand as well. We are only 60-something% public debt to GDP ratio. We still have some physical policy space in order to maybe borrow more money from new institutions such as Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank in order to propose the so-called targeted project to create the economic stimulus to ensure that Southeast Asia will become the economic powerhouse of the global But of course, we don't talk about universal stimulus package, such as giving free money to everybody. Because economists already proved that giving free money, 10,000 baht to everybody, no matter who you are, is not a very efficient way to accelerate economic growth. We need a targeted economic policy, such as we give small amount of money to the people to allow them to do the capacity building, to reinvest in their jobs. And if they finish it, they get more money by proving that they already up their skill. This is the way to ensure that we'll become the strong economic global house of the whole world. We also need the equilibrium foreign policy. Of course, in Southeast Asia, you may think we are split. Some countries bandwagoning with the US. Some countries already bandwagoning with the China. And of course, some countries already take side with Islamic world. But of course, some countries use bamboo diplomacy or bend with the wind in a very professional way with the core principle of the UN main principle in order to achieve things. I think ASEAN need to be more agile, nimble, agile in order to do this. Hence, we need to join OECD, we need to join BRIC Plus, we need to join IPEF, we need to enlarge our ASEAN Plus, and at the same time, we need to talk about shark rights diplomacy as well. If you see US invest a lot in the Middle East, we should tag along with the US. If we see China invest a lot in Africa, why don't we tag along with China and enjoy the positive sum game, win-win situation. And last but not least, we need to fix our own institutions problems. We need ethics, good governance, rule-based, good regulatory practice, regulatory impact analysis. So this is the 6E that will strengthen ASEAN in the middle of these geo-economic confrontations. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you very much, Dr. Piti. Wow, we see a lot of problems, issues that we might face in the future. And also, we come up with, well, Dr. Piti suggests some recommendations with 6E, which is very interesting. Just a quick follow-up question from your presentation, Dr. Piti, if you don't mind. Do you have any prioritization among 6D issues that you present to us, and any prioritization among 6E recommendation as well? Because we don't have enough resource to tackle all the issues and all the recommendations that you propose.
For me, for the 6D, I think the most important one is the disruptive technologies and the degradations of environments. And of course, for the 6E solutions, I think the top two will be ethics. We need to strengthen our institutions, law enforcement, good governance, and of course, E, environmental mindset. So that's the 2E that is most important right now.
Right, thank you very much. Now let's turn our focus to the second panelist, His Excellency. We will have His Excellency Rahmat Budiman to share his wealth of experience in the Indonesia perspective on how to promote the peace and stability in the region. Your Excellency, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me and also give my views on the issues of our discussion today, namely the effort to achieve in promoting regional peace and stability. I think I have to give applause to Dr. Piti, which is already very comprehensive in his briefing on the issues. And some of the discussion or the information that already shared by Dr. Piti is also in my presentation. So I share all of the views of Dr. Piti on many cases that's already mentioned by him. And in these discussions, I would like to see on how Indonesian has given roles in trying to contribute to our ASEAN effort in trying to promoting regional peace and stability in our regions. And I will this is the outline of my presentations. I would like to see the factual situation in regions, and Dr. Piti already mentions that some of the situation and also the factual situation in ASEAN, especially, and as mentioned, that 700 million of people here, with of course with the diverse ethnicity and also different cultures. And the most important thing within the member of ASEAN is we have many of the different political system, and it gives ASEAN has a variety in many issues. But thanks God that ASEAN always trying to handle themselves and find the solutions of differences. And in terms of the establishments of ASEAN, as also mentioned Dr. Miti, we established ASEAN within the situation, the global situation and regional situation is not help us in trying to make a cooperation, a Cold War there, and also the internal differences, different internal wars also happen in our regions. But in a matter of facts, like or not, ASEAN is one of the successful regional organizations in trying to give the welfare and also the peaceful situation in their region. And in the process of the establishment of ASEAN and also the continuing issue in ASEAN is also a matters of discussions of the limitations of the respective countries. As Indonesians experience, Indonesia since the beginnings of our independence until now, we haven't finished our boundary, our borders. We have a border with 10 countries from India, Thailand, Singapore, the Philippines, Vietnam, Palau, Papua New Guinea, and Timor-Leste. We haven't finished all our border. So I was to be the negotiator on the maritime boundary delimitations, and there is a kind of differences in how to see the border within ASEAN member state. And let's say in terms with Thailand, we have differences on how to see the economic exclusive zone and also continental shelf. We see as a one line, a two line, and Thailand has it as a one line. So we have already discussed and we have already finished our continental shelf, but we haven't finished in terms of our Indonesian views. We haven't finished the boundary delimitations on the EEZ. That kind of differences is always there. But since the Indonesian and also all the members ASEAN see it as what we call it as an ASEAN way. The ASEAN way is how to see and how to solve the differences in such a way so it won't become a kind of the conflicts or even open conflicts and even open war. And on developments of the ASEAN, this is one. So ASEAN's undergone a significant evolution since its inception in the Bangkok Declaration in 1967. The Bangkok Declaration laid a foundation for the ASEAN principle of peace, freedoms, and neutrality. And this foundation document has also set by several of meetings between a member of state and also subsequent declaration and treaties. And it shows the commitment of Indonesia and member countries of ASEAN to set a stage for a region characterized by cooperation, amity, and non-influence. The journey toward the cohesive community, as also mentioned by Dr. Piti, is milestone in 2015 when ASEAN established the ASEAN community, which is with three pillars. First is the political security pillars. And one of the economic community is also mentioned very comprehensive by Dr. Piti, and also the socio-cultural community. And it is also the terms of what we call it as the ASEAN in the future and ASEAN community vision on 2045 is to show that our commitment to a strong commitment to integrations and cooperations among member states of ASEAN. So we have also looked on the futures, and now on we are crafting the visions of ASEAN 2045. And hopefully after we implement all the visions of 2025, we can soon craft the visions of ASEAN 2045. And in 3 pillars, I would like to see the special pillars, namely the ASEAN Security Community, in trying to match with the discussion today on the effort of promoting regional peace and stability. As the pillar ASEAN Political Security Community, ASEAN member states ensure that countries in the regions live at peace with one another and with world in a just, democratic, and harmonious environment. ASEAN continues to uphold peace and avoid political and security tensions. ASEAN head of state governments or governments will always adopt peaceful ways in confirming and overcoming any differences and disputes among member states. In this regard, ASEAN member states always puts forward, as I said, ASEAN way, which is instead using voting. We are using Indonesia called is musyawarah untuk mufakat, or deliberation to reach consensus to decide. We had issued several agreements in political and security, for example, the Bali Concord 2 and 3. ASEAN, or Southeast Asia, has enjoyed the peaceful situations over 56 years after the establishment of ASEAN in Bangkok 1967. Internal and also interstate conflicts have occurred. It is a matter of fact. But among of the conflict and also the wars is not become an open conflict and open war. I think this is we have to thank all the member states in trying to find the solutions on how the conflicts become a kind of dynamic between members relations among the member states. And also, we also understand that there's many analyses and also many experts say that the ASEAN way is kind of slow and also kind of adopting a common denominators and very lowest dominators. But I see that the ASEAN way kind of valued to member states because the member states has many differences in terms of ethnic, in terms of the political systems, language, and cultures. And what we call it as slow but sure. And with thanks, with that kind of ASEAN way, there is no kind of war or conflict within the state, between member states, which can contribute to the unpeace situation in our region. So ASEAN community on the 2025. As ASEAN member state, we reaffirm our commitment to full and effective implementations of ASEAN Community Vision 2025. We further reaffirm our commitment to strengthening the ASEAN community, its unity and centrality. We reiterate the importance of maintaining ASEAN centers, open, inclusive, transparent, resilient, and rule-based regional architectures that uphold international law and strengthening our engagement and cooperations with dialogue partners and external partners, including through existing ASEAN-led mechanisms in promoting peace, stability, security, and development to enhance our regional resilience to respond to common and emerging challenges. Indonesia is always in the positions and trying to gear toward the ASEAN 2025, which must be more adaptive, responsive, and competitive. And on the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, the leader envision ASEAN as a peaceful, stable, and resilient region within a global community of nations, while still maintaining ASEAN centrality. ASEAN community is envisioned as a community with enhanced capacity and capabilities to both respond effectively to challenges and seize opportunities. As quoted in ASEAN Concord 4, adopted in Jakarta 2023, the ASEAN community matters to its people and its epicentrum of growth in ASEAN and Indo-Pacific regions and beyond, that commit to fully implement the ASEAN Community Vision 2025, as well as work toward ASEAN Community Vision 2045, and its extended documents in order to build a resilient, innovative, dynamic, and people-centered ASEAN that is able to anticipate opportunities and address emerging and future challenges. The progress has been shown by a commencement of the 15 meetings of the high-level task force on ASEAN Community Vision 2045 on June 15, 2044, which discussed the way forward in crafting the APSC strategic plan to implement the ASEAN Community Vision 2045 toward resilient, innovative, dynamic, and people-centered ASEAN. And ASEAN achievement in peace and security. As we may know, that ASEAN was established on 8 August 1967 by founding members state Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand, which has aimed to purpose a regional peace and stability to abiding respect from justice and rule of law in the relationship among countries of the regions and adherence to the principles of the United Nations Charter. During its development, the ASEAN has successfully navigated complex geopolitical landscape to maintain the security and stable regions, often acting as mediator and voice of moderations in times of regional dispute. This accomplishment reflects ASEAN commitment to a harmonious Southeast Asia, contributing to the broader goals of international peace and security. There are 4 key factors contribute to the resolutions of dispute and preventions of open conflicts that make ASEAN can maintain its stability. Those are its dialogue cultures. ASEAN has developed a robust habit of dialogues. Conflict resolution priority. It emphasizes not passing potential dispute to the next generations, urging maximum negotiation to find agreed solutions. And the third is adjudication acceptance. If negotiation fall, consider and accept adjudication process. In Indonesia has also experience on this, when Indonesia and Malaysia, even though we are not in the what we call it as compulsory jurisdictions of the ICJ, but Indonesia and Malaysia has agreed to put our issues to be solved in the ICJ in terms of the case Sipadan and Ligitan. It is over the sovereignty over the 2 islands in the north part of Indonesia and the southern part, southeast of the Malaysia. And we have already agreed on the decision of the ICJ, and we follow the decision of ICJ, which is finally the Sipadan and Ligitan is owned by Malaysia. And we follow that decision and peacefully, and now we are trying to how to cooperate in trying to maintain the stability in the region, especially in that area. And the fourth is the family support. The members of ASEAN is always helping each other in trying to solve the issue in internal or domestic situation in respective countries. Indonesia also has experience on this when Indonesia became the moderators or mediators in the issues of Cambodia at that time, and also the southern part of the Philippines. And the same also that already done by Malaysia in terms trying to give the contributions with the family assistance quote unquote, in the issues of the southern Thailand. And ASEAN achievement in peace and security are testament to the strength of regional cooperations by fostering environment of stability and development. ASEAN has set a valuable example for the other region facing different challenges. Before this. Sorry. There is mechanism, the several mechanism in ASEAN in trying to solve and also to discuss all the issues. And there is ASEAN Regional Forums or IRF, and also EAS, and many mechanisms, but I would like to see on the Maritime ASEAN Forum. This one, because one of the issues also can create a kind of unpeaceful situations in the region. So the ASEAN see it as one of the most important mechanism that we have to make useful. The ASEAN Maritime Forum, since ASEAN recognizes the multifaceted natures of maritime issues, and therefore commits to holistic, integrated, and comprehensive approach to address them. Maritime cooperation constitutes an important component of the ASEAN political security community blueprint, which call for, among others, the establishment of ASEAN Maritime Forum and comprehensive approach that focuses on the safety of navigations and security issues in the regions that are common concern to ASEAN. As part of 2024 ASEAN-Australian Special Summit on 4th and 5th March 2024, the Maritime Cooperation Track explored key maritime themes identified in the ASEAN outlooks of the Indo-Pacific. ASEAN Maritime Outlook and ASEAN Blue Economic Frameworks is a key themes and activities as follows. Maritime security, challenges and opportunities for cooperations, the blue economic, the environmental issues, namely marine ecology and climate change, and maritime law and governance. And this is the roles of Indonesia within ASEAN. Indonesia's diplomacy continues to work to ensure that ASEAN remains relevant, to ensure ASEAN centrality in navigating geopolitical dynamics in regions and in building an inclusive Indo-Pacific regions that puts forward to paradigms of collaborations and respect of international law. Indonesia chairmanship of ASEAN in 2023 strive to bring ASEAN to the next level, and Indonesia chairmanship work to build a long-term vision toward ASEAN 2045 to the establishment of ASEAN Concord 4. Indonesia chairmanship also worked hard to strengthen ASEAN capacity to respond to crisis situations and strengthening regional resilience to establish the Indo-Pacific as epicenter of growth. As also mentioned by Dr. Piti, that how ASEAN changed the situation in Indo-Pacific as not as the region for competitions, but the regions for cooperations to make the peoples within the regions become living in the wealthy situations. And of course, in this sense, the ASEAN should be the centrality of all the cooperations, because as also mentioned by Dr. Priti, which I share it, this is the regions where we are living here. And Indonesia enhanced relations with Pacific nations by inviting representatives from the Pacific Island forums during its G20 presidency and ASEAN leadership. It is a part of Indonesia's effort to strengthen ASEAN relations within the Pacific. And in the effort of promoting stability, also the CFAs invite ASEAN countries to redouble our effort to contribute to global nuclear disarmament. This includes continuing to put pressure on countries possessing nuclear weapons to carry out their commitments. And also in terms trying to solve the Myanmar issue, Indonesia with member states also believe that the 5PC is very important. So whatever the member state has done respectively, like what we have, like Thailand has already done on how to trying to cope with the issue of the humanitarians. Of course, we will complementary to the efforts of ASEAN as organizations. And Indonesia, during the Indonesian Chairmanship, Indonesia also has several informal meetings in trying to assist our brother and sister in Myanmar to solve their issue. And within what we call it as the silent diplomacy, we, Indonesia, organize more than 100 informal meetings within all the stakeholders, not only among the member states of ASEAN, but also with the countries neighboring Myanmar, India, China, and also Bangladesh. We also invite in trying to find the solutions and how the ASEAN member state and the neighbor state can give contributions to our brother and sister in Myanmar in solving the issues. And of course, Indonesia also give respect to what Thailand has done in trying to give the humanitarian assistance. And I said the very complicated issue for the Thailand because Thailand is bordering with Myanmar with very long land borders, about 2,500 kilometers, and how if we, the ASEAN country, and also the Thailand cannot help the Myanmar to solve the issue, it will come the split over to the neighbors. So Indonesia and all the member states of ASEAN is always trying to help the brother and sister in Myanmar to solve their issues. And hopefully by trying to organizing the informal meetings with all stakeholders, we at the end of the day can have the solutions on to solve the issue in Myanmar. And all the meetings is not only happen in Indonesia, but happens in many places, including here in Bangkok. There's, I think, more than 10 informal meetings is already held here in Bangkok, and some of the meeting also I participated in informal meeting on how to give the contribution, especially on the humanitarian assistance, and whatever we have already done in trying to contribute our effort in Myanmar, we always see it within the framework of the ASEAN itself. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you for your valuable insight into Indonesia's efforts and also the broader regional context for promoting peace and stability in the region. His Excellency has highlighted ASEAN way to cope with differences among ASEAN members, and also it's a slow but sure way that can be a model for utilizing in coping with potential conflicts within the region and also the outer area as well. And we've seen many mechanisms that Indonesia has already pressed forward, especially with the diplomatic engagement on international stage, as Indonesia has already pressed forward ASEAN centrality, humanitarian efforts in the region, centrality, cooperation within the region, and also we have seen many dialogues which try to take action to come out. And from this perspective, we have heard about the wide perspective, a broad perspective of ASEAN, of Thailand perspective, Indonesian perspective. Now we're going to move forward to a more practical approach and more hand-on approach from our final panelists that we have with us here this morning. Our final panelist is Major General Jumpot, who is the director of the Peace Operations Center at the Directorate of Joint Operations. He will shed light on his experience in peacekeeping and also regional security operations. Major General, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. Very good morning. I'm happy to be the last one. I think the two speakers already covered what I have to say. First of all, I'm very grateful to be and have an opportunity to be a panelist with His Excellency Ambassador Budiman and also Dr. Pitisi Sangnam. Actually, I'm a follower of his podcast channels. Today, I will focus on my responsibility in peacekeeping, which is, I think, is an important aspect of our effort in promoting peace and security. I will start in providing an overview, followed by the ASEAN Peacekeeping Centers Network, which is the main forum for the peacekeeping and main activities. And then I will conclude by discussing global challenges or global agenda, which is addressing between the UN and also the ASEAN, such as WPS, Women, Peace and Security, and Sustainable Development with the UN. Since its establishment in 1967, the ASEAN has aimed to maintain peace and stability in the region, upholding the UN Charter. The organization achieved this through preventive diplomacy, peaceful dispute resolution, peacekeeping, and peace building, based on mutual respect and non-interference principles. Notable achievements include the comprehensive settlement of the Cambodian conflict and the RJ monitoring mission. Ongoing efforts include addressing maritime security issues and enhancing cooperation for humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. The member states are committed to achieving the goals outlined in the APSC Blueprint 2025 and strengthening the ADMM and AMM Plus platforms. To engage with ASEAN friends and dialogue partners, these platforms facilitate dialogue, practical cooperation, and capacity building in response to common security challenges, contributing to regional peace and security. ASEAN Peacekeeping Centers Network, or the APCN, was established in 2007 under the ADMM framework to foster collaboration among ASEAN member states, strengthening regional peacekeeping cooperation, improving peacekeeping capabilities, and contribute more effectively to UN peacekeeping operation. The APCN activities are focused on information sharing, capacity building, and joint training exercise. These activities are designed to establish a standby arrangement system and lead to the deployment of the ASEAN peacekeeping force, thereby enhancing our peacekeeping capability. Regarding our capacity building, during the APCN meeting in 2018 in Bangkok, member states agree on the ASEAN Peacekeeping Partnership, or the APP concept, which is more flexible than establishing a rigid ASEAN peacekeeping force that we have heard of. Member states can contribute not only troops but also support roles and capacity building to alleviate concerns. It also gave responsibility to peace operation centers of the member countries to serve as ASEAN Center of Excellence, as shown on the slide. In case of Cambodia, we have a representing here. Cambodia is designated as specialized in demining. Another countries like Malaysia also specialized in military observer corps and also protection of civilians. The exchange of instructor and participant among ASEAN member states is an effort to improve our peacekeeping capabilities. Regular joint exercise such as the ASEAN Peacekeeping Staff Exercise or the APSC further enhance AMS interoperability and coordination. The APCN continued effort and commitment to collaboration are essential for ensuring long-term success. The APCN needs to strengthen its coordination and with other regional organizations and the UN to address global challenges, promote women's participation in PKO to ensure gender balance and perspective. Thailand has been designated a Center of Excellence for the UN Staff Officer Course or the UNSOC. Our UNSOC received certification from the UN since 2019 until 2027. The ASEAN Peacekeeping Staff Exercise or the PSE is a crucial activity regarding peacekeeping capacity building. The APSC aims to promote ASEAN networking, interoperability, and capacity by conducting training to implement peacekeeping operations and strengthen our relationship for the benefit of the ASEAN. The first APSC was held in Thailand in 2018, and the second APSC was hosted recently in Malaysia in June this year, with 30 personnel from member states. Second APSC is a 10-day staff training exercise that prepares the staff officers in the ASEAN Peacekeeping Operations Sector Headquarters to plan the deployment of ASEAN Peacekeeping Operation or APOP troops in the United Nations Peacekeeping Operation. The exercise has brought stronger cooperation and future commitment to maintain peace among ASEAN troops. The next APSC will be in Philippines in 2025. The command and staff elements are combined under the ASEAN staff, but the unit under them still is separate for its contingent, not a combined troop, or what we call the co-deployment type of command and structure. I'll delve a little bit later on this. The concept of ASEAN Standby Force or the ASEAN Peacekeeping Force, this concept was introduced several years ago but has not yet materialized. This presentation tried to examine various aspects of establishing this kind of force and will offer some recommendation. Legitimacy. I think ASEAN primary objective already include maintaining regional peace and stability and upholding the UN Charter and resolving conflict through regional arrangement. In fact, Chapter 8 of the United Nations Charter encourage regional arrangement to resolve conflict within the regions, either on the initiative of the state concerned or by reference from the Security Council. The clear roles of the ASEAN Peacekeeping Force must be indicated and mutually agreed upon. Some countries may have legal limitation and consideration regarding national interests and their implication for the major powers' role in the region. ASEAN Peacekeeping Force can be a wide-ranging role, such as operating under the UN framework only, or can be operate with the UN-mandated operations. The role can also be expanded to include humanitarian disaster relief, and because peacekeeping force can possess various capacity, including protection of civilians, peace enforcement, and peace building. Possibility, ASEAN member states need to support this concept based on ASEAN principle, which can pave the way for the progress in other areas as well, such as utilizing military assets for humanitarian aid and disaster relief. Step taken, we can utilizing existing network for sharing information, capacity building, and training together. It is an essential step for establishing our peacekeeping force. Reviewing case study from other regions can serve as the basis for establishing a pilot project to assess the advantages and disadvantages. The joint benefit, ASEAN Peacekeeping Standby Force could lead to cost saving shorten deployment response time, and increasing ASEAN roles in maintaining world peace and security. ASEAN standby force could also be applied to other crises such as HADR, which also affect regional stability, as the standby force can have various capability within the unit, such as hospitals and engineering capabilities, depending on the unit types. Challenges, the role must be clearly defined to avoid misunderstanding among member states, and concerns still exist because of the resource constraint, interoperability issues, and adherence to our ASEAN principle of non-interference and state sovereignty. Models, example from regional standby force, such as the African standby force and the European force, provide insight, but ASEAN's unique geopolitical context and regional challenges require a different approach than simply adopting model from other regions. For recommendation, I think we could shift the focus from establishing the rigid ASEAN peacekeeping force to creating some kind of standby force based on ASEAN partnership concept. So the member state which is not involved with the ASEAN peacekeeping force initiative could alternatively contribute to various aspects such as financing, training, and supporting the deployment process. Use co-deployment model for command and structure. I think at an early stage for less complexity, the command and control structure should follow a co-deployment model where the command and staff elements are combined under the ASEAN staff and the unit under them still separate for its own contingent, not a combined troop, the same as the APSE exercise that I mentioned earlier. And the whole unit, including command staff and the unit, should undergo joint training to become familiar with each other during the pre-deployment training. Legal arrangement, there are two primary legal arrangements among contributing states, those between contributing countries and those between the UN. In the first arrangement on the left, the leading countries can make arrangement or the MOU with the UN. And the co-deployed countries make a technical arrangement with the lead nation. And the second arrangement on the right, every troop contributing countries make a separate MOU directly with the UN. Another recommendation, I think the ASEAN member state can independently choose the type of the unit and contribution based on our ASEAN principle, voluntary, non-interference, non-binding, and with gradual steps that comfort every nation. Contributing countries can also compensate for their deficiency by requesting assistance from another countries, such as in the case of lack of female officers in the troops, we can request female officers from another countries. According to the guidelines, the ASEAN standby force need to display the ASEAN flag alongside its national flag. This is the proposal by our Vietnamese friends, but subject to be approval by the ADMM and the High Summit. During the initial phase, member countries may contribute to the UN-mandated peacekeeping operation only and outside the region of the ASEAN. Once when we become familiar with each other, so in the subsequent phase, the force could be deployed within the ASEAN region to maintain regional stability. Once agreed upon, the concept paper would be forwarded to ADMM for approval. I believe that with a gradual approach may ultimately lead to the establishment of a common standby arrangement to support peacekeeping operation. I would like to now turn to the important global agenda, the WPS, or Women, Peace and Security. ASEAN, look from the graph, the ASEAN contribution to maintain international peace and security is evident. in its shared responsibility to deploy troops to support UN peacekeeping operation. According to the graph, ASEAN contributes approximately 4,600 troops out of 55,000, accounting for more than 8% of the total troop contributing countries. This graph excluding the police. Ensuring effective implementation of women, peace and security policies in peacekeeping missions requires a comprehensive approach. The 12th ASEAN UN Summit reaffirmed the commitment to WPS agenda, including adopting the ASEAN regional plans of action on WPS in promoting women participation in peacekeeping operation. Furthermore, Cambodia's proposal regarding the concept paper on enhancing support mechanism for ASEAN women peacekeepers reaffirmed the APCN commitment to support WPS. Following UN Resolution 1325 and subsequent UN SCR regarding WPS, the UN issued the Gender Parity Strategy 2018 to 2028 to increase the number of individual and unit female officers. At the end of the program, the unit category represented by the green one must reach 15% in 2028 and 11% for this year. This statistic shows the number of female troops under ASEAN contribution represents almost the same percentage at about 8.9% between UN and the ASEAN. However, many ASEAN countries still need to meet this requirement, including Thailand as well. It is crucial to emphasize that there's still time and opportunity to improve before the program concluded in 2028. Contributing countries can address their shortage of female officers by seeking assistance from other countries, as I mentioned earlier. The Royal Thai Armed Forces headquarters has continuously encouraged our female soldiers to participate in peacekeeping operations according to the UN resolution. Under the current Chief of Defense Forces leadership, which he will come this afternoon for his session, and with the staff effort, we have achieved a 10% female officers in this coming rotation of engineering unit, a significant increase from about 3.7% from the graph to 10%, or approximately from 10 personnel to 28%, which is quite a number. But Thailand still need to continue increasing the number of female officers annually until the program ends in 2028. Female officers must undergo standard pre-deployment training, as shown on the slide, as well as specific training in the area such as prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse, first aid, radio communication, four-wheel drive vehicle training, hand-to-hand combat, surviving hostage situation, surviving techniques in harsh environment, just to name a few. The benefits of having female officers engaging the local community is that they can understand their needs and concerns. Women often have unique insight into conflict dynamics and can contribute to conflict prevention and resolution. The last point, I think, is the most important, is the development issues. It's one of the main pillars of the UN and was also emphasized during the 12th ASEAN UN Summit, addressing global and regional concerns in promoting sustainable developments. Thailand believes that peacekeeping must be viewed in the entire peace conflict spectrum. Peacekeeping can help contribute to its early peace building efforts with the host country consent. Early peace building efforts could include capacity building, infrastructure support, and community health care. If implemented correctly with careful planning and consultation, such infrastructure and skill will endure long beyond the presence of peacekeepers, ensuring the sustainability of the host countries and local communities' peace and development. These pictures are the Thai military installed this groundwater drilling equipment in 2011, which is still being used by Sudanese people until today. That last that we know when the mission closed down in 2020, I still received report that the Sudanese people still use today. And I think one of the participants in the rooms is also part of this mission to establish this unit in the mission. Our Thai peacekeepers contingents will always help community within the areas of operations to achieve sustainable peace and security through a comprehensive security approach of combined security operation and development effort. Our focusing on long-term sustainability continue to be guided by our long-standing philosophy to keep peace and train the people to improve their livelihood. The Thai peacekeeper employ various development projects such as agricultural training, infrastructure building and restoration, and medical treatment services to achieve sustainable peace. This is one of the projects implemented not so long ago. Our Thai engineering in South Sudan organized a project called Happy Tummy, Happy Me, a project in Juba to introduce a new agricultural theory based on the sufficiency economy philosophy at our building in the camp in Juba. The project included 3 planting activities and a Thai cooking demonstration. The Thai cooking demonstration feature a popular dishes like pad Thai and tom yam kung. I hope you're not to teasing you. The tea bag is coming up very soon. And participants also receive vegetable from demonstration plot. This approach of using Thai food and culture made a lasting impression and set the stage for our future expansion. Coming to the last slide, the brief video which I'm about to show you highlight our community engagement endeavors, which extend beyond the mandated of peacekeeping operations. The participation of female officers has significantly enhanced our ability to connect to the local communities. Please enjoy the video.
ตั้งใจจริงๆตั้งใจจริงๆที่จะสอนเราจริงใจนะเราจริงจังนะที่อยากจะเอาความรู้เนี่ยมาแลกเปลี่ยนกันให้ความสนใจมากเลยนะคะเพราะว่าแบบมีการตื่นตัวคือรู้เลยว่าเขาสนใจอยากจะทำมีความอยากจะทำแต่เหมือนอาจจะไม่เอื้ออำนวยไม่รู้ว่าจะทำยังไงแล้วพอมีคนไปสอนอย่างเงี้ยเขาก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นแล้วก็รู้สึกที่อยากจะเรียนรู้สิ่งที่คิดว่ายากมากจริงๆคือครั้งแรกที่เข้าไปหาเขาจะเหมือนมีเกราะป้องกันตัวเองก่อนเหมือนเขาคิดว่ามาแล้วก็ไปมาแล้วก็ไม่ได้อะไรมากกว่าคือเขาจะแข็งก่อนคือรู้สึกแล้วว่ายากก็เลยจะต้องเข้าไปแบบสม่ำเสมอเข้าไปคุยเข้าไปโดยที่ให้เขาเห็นว่าเราตั้งใจจริงๆตั้งใจจริงๆที่จะสอนเราจริงใจนะเราจริงจังนะที่อยากจะเอาความรู้เนี่ยมาแลกเปลี่ยนกันแล้วฉันก็สนใจในความรู้ที่คุณมีที่ทำอยู่อย่างเงี้ยค่ะไปทำเรื่อยๆจนเขาแฮปปี้เขารู้สึกว่าเราตั้งใจจริงๆในหลวงรัชกาลที่9ของเราค่ะที่ท่านมีหลักปรัชญาของเศรษฐกิจพอเพียงไว้เนี่ยมันสอนให้รู้อยู่แล้วว่าทุกอย่างจะเป็นสเต็ป by สเต็ปเริ่มต้นจากตัวเราสู่ครอบครัวสู่ชุมชนแล้วก็อะไรที่ใหญ่ขึ้นไปอีกเป็นระดับเป็นขั้นนะคะถ้าเราไม่เริ่มจากตัวเราใช่ไหมคะมันก็จะไม่เกิด impact ที่ใหญ่เหมือนเรามาเติมเต็มดีกว่าเรามาเติมเต็มให้เขาสมบูรณ์ขึ้นการเผยแพร่เราทำให้เขาได้มี food security มากขึ้นจุดเริ่มต้นจากตัวเขาทำให้เขาสามารถยืนได้ด้วยตัวเองแข็งแรงมากขึ้นสร้างภูมิมากขึ้นมันก็ถือว่าประสบความสำเร็จ
النهارده انا اسمع دروس ده تمام دروس ما تمام لا ده انا مرتاحين في دروس ده انا بقول لك شكرا يا مدام انت كان تستمر مع الدروس ده انا برابا بالي بتاعنا ساوث سودان and here I thank you very much for your let God bless you In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
I hope to see a smile on your face. In conclusion, by addressing these challenges and pursuing this future direction, the APCN or the ASEAN collective commitment to global peace can continue to play a vital role in promoting peace and security in the region and beyond. Sustained effort, monitoring, and adaptability are crucial for successful implementation. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Major General Jumpot, for the comprehensive presentation on Thailand's contributions to regional peace and stability. Your insight into the operational aspect of peacekeeping and collaborative efforts within ASEAN to maintain stability are truly enlightening. And I think we have heard from all the esteemed panelists this morning is providing a very unique perspective on the collective efforts to promote peace and stability within the region. And we heard from the strategic roles of ASEAN, Thailand, and Indonesia to the practical contribution of Thailand's peacekeeping operations. And now I think we will move on to the Q&A section, which we already have a couple of questions online already. The first one that we have, let me check real quick. The first one from Ramlodge Patrick, the Commandant of U.S. National War College. The question is, it is a strategic fact that Thailand and the ASEAN member states are geographically connected to sea. The ASEAN countries are also located in a geographic location of extraordinary strategic importance. Do Thailand and its fellow ASEAN states view themselves as maritime nations? If they recognize this advantage, how will they use their relationship with the maritime to enhance national security as well as promote peace and stability? So it's about maritime security. Any of the panelists would like to answer this question?
Yeah, of course, I can say almost all ASEAN countries are connected to the sea, right? And of course, especially we have Indonesia and the Philippines as the archipelagos countries. Of course, by cultural background, by history background, we are very, very well connected to the sea. And the ocean, like Bay of Bengal, the South China Sea was there even before the concept of state and nations. We cherish these trade routes between the Bay of Bengal, between the String of Pearls, since, 1,000 years ago. And of course, recently, if you see the countries like Indonesia, in the past, they may see sea and ocean as the blockage, right? Because it's make people remote to each other. But as you can see recently under the Pak Jokowi administrations, he come up with the idea of maritime Falklands, right? He have Indonesia Sea Policy that would like to promote ocean diplomacy, that would like to promote sea cultures, that would like to promote blue economies. And I think this is the thing that share not only in Indonesia, but to all ASEAN countries. Especially Laos, for example. They are the landlocked countries. But since 1980s, with a new economic mechanism, that would like to reposition itself from Laos landlocked to Laos landlinked. And with the help of China, with the help of Japan, with the help of Korea and ASEAN countries, we see a lot of infrastructure developments that bring Laos to connected more to the seaport, airports, and the market, as well as the source of raw material not only in ASEAN, but the whole world. And of course, for the next phase, I think this will be even more emphasized on the post-2025 ASEAN visions. Because for post-2025 ASEAN visions or ASEAN Vision 2045, which right now we are considering the final draft, the time frame is a bit longer. Normally we're talking about 10 years, but for the next vision it will be 20 years. And under this 20 years, instead of identifying the project base, like the past visions, we are going to use the strategic planning style, strategic forecast style, to see what we would like to happen in Southeast Asia for the next 20 years. And we will do the strategic planning in order to reach that strategic end. And one among several interesting strategic ends that we are going to make it happen by the year 2045 is the so-called blue economies or ocean economies. Hence, as you can see, we set a very, very high hope to realize this kind of economic prosperities from maritime corporations. And of course, this is also the thing that we also need to achieve very much, the code of conduct in the South China Sea to ensure the stabilities and peace in the regions. And then of course, among these Indo-Pacific strategies, like His Excellency already explained, we have ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum, which will ensure that we twist the conflicts into cooperations and ensure the economic prosperities and sustainable developments in these Southeast Asian regions. And of course, among all other issues, the most important issues with the ocean and maritime is about environmental. That's why you can see a lot of ASEAN measures that related to marine sea debris, that related to ocean conservation. Hence, this is the thing that we do, and we try to do more in the near futures.
His Excellency, you have anything to add on Indonesian perspective?
Thank you very much. As Dr. Piti mentioned, that Indonesia is I think it's one of the biggest archipelagic states. So we see the maritime issue is one of the most important things for Indonesia. And not only seeing as the aspect of economics, but of aspect of security. And that's why Indonesia would like to see these regions, especially in the maritime issues, as becoming the region for cooperations, and not for the competitions. Competition is just for the economics is fine, but the competition in terms of the security, I think it will directs to the situation that what we are not having to have it in the future. So the issue of maritime Indonesia is one of the topest priority in our policy. That's why we have the initiative, what we call it as the maritime fulcrums, and also we see it as maritime is one of the tolls for the connecting not only between islands in Indonesia. We have more than 17,000 islands, 17,558 islands, and inhabited is 6,000 islands. So we are very, very huge in terms of numbers of islands. So that's why the maritime is very important to connect these islands. And in trying to make this not only peaceful and stable regions, but we are also to want to have a kind of the welfare peoples in the regions. So Indonesia initiate ASEAN Indo-Pacific Outlook, and we already have organized the forums in Jakarta, and in Laos also next October we'll have the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum, and hopefully during the chairmanships of Malaysia next year also we are going to have it, because it's very important for us on how to create cooperations in the regions and with the centrality of ASEAN. And when we are talking about the centrality of ASEAN, there are three interlocking concepts. One is the geographicals, and the second one is the institutions, and the third one is diplomacy. And in terms of diplomacy, not only become between the ASEAN member states,
but also the communication between the member state and other countries. And also we are going to have also a kind of initiate to discuss between ASEAN members and non-members, and among themselves how to see the other countries beyond the members of ASEAN, to see ASEAN as a partners and a partner in trying to make this region not only stable and peaceful, but also a kind of enjoying life in terms of economics. So for us, maritime issue is very important.
Thank you very much. So maritime is very significant for the region. And I think we only have time for one more question with, I already have, okay, we have the raised hand in the back.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation of your excellencies of the panelists. My name is Senior Colonel Shayutra Pailom or Charlie. I have very short 2 questions. My first question goes to the first speaker, Dr. Piti. And as you know that I'm very impressed with your 6E recommendations, or it may be the principle later on. But however, you know that there's internal difficulty for each member state. How this 6E recommendation can be achieved to support the regional stability or regional peace, especially in the emerging unconventional security challenges for the present day. And my second question goes to the second speakers. Actually, so it's related to the previous question regarding the maritime issue. As you know that the Strait of Malacca is the choke point of the 2 schemes. The first one is the BRI scheme, which is the BRI is the scheme, is one of the proposals from the China. As you know that the China is based on the maritime trade, more than 70% of the country. So that means the Strait of Malacca is the choke point for the BRI. And the second one is the Indo-Pacific scheme. So that means we cannot avoid the influence from the superpower. My questions go to Mr. Rahman. So how Indonesia can compromise the influence, or what policies that Indonesia is compromised the influence of this superpower for this difficulty in the future? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for the questions. Actually, the 2 questions, the one is easy and the one is very difficult, and luckily the difficult one was passed to His Excellency. So, staff ข้างหลังครับ ถ้าเกิดว่าเปิด PowerPoint ของผมได้ ขอ PowerPoint แผ่นรองสุดท้ายของผมได้ไหมนะครับ Actually, to answer the very first questions on how we are going to implement or apply that 6E principle to make it work, to make it, happens in real world. I think that's the task of one international organization, which is also very, very important as the ASEAN entities. Because back in 1997, ASEAN upgraded itself in order to, that slide, ทุกแล้วครับ slide นี้ครับ that is very, very important because back in 1997, ASEAN upgraded itself to realize the ASEAN Vision 2020s. ASEAN upgraded itself from just the ASEAN Free Trade Agreements to be multi-dimensional and multi-level cooperations among 10 ASEAN countries. Hence, the task, the burden of ASEAN Secret Trade will be tons, will be tremendous. That's why ASEAN leaders at that time established another international organization, so-called ASEAN Foundations. That's my office and that's my team. As you can see, we are the very good pictures of the ASEAN peoples, right? So variety, so diverse. And this ASEAN Foundation set up back in December 1997 to commemorate the 30th anniversary of ASEAN was established to do 3 jobs: ASEAN awareness, ASEAN identities, and help build ASEAN communities. Hence, in order to realize these 3 goals, me as the executive directors, I translate this into the 6 area of work. The first one, we are talking about community building, people-to-people networking. So we bring in ASEAN people, and we try to teach them, educate them, empower them on these very important issues. Education, reskill, upskill, scholars network. We help build international conference. We try to empower ASEAN people with the knowledge that I just shared to you earlier. We empower students about, for example, cybersecurity, data analysis to cope up with that digital disruptives. We teach them about how to fight against climate change. We send a group of youth to work with NGO, CSO in a very remote area of ASEAN countries in order to create the environmental and sustainable development projects. We help small and medium-sized enterprises to empower in 4 aspects: internationalizations, digitalizations, financial literacy, and of course, green mindset. We produce content over social media. So if you would like to follow us, if you have your favorite platform, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, please follow us on the only one important keyword, ASEAN Foundations. And of course, last but not the least, we use arts and culture to be the tools, to be the means in order to articulate the difficult issues such as human trafficking, drug trafficking, human rights. All of these 6 areas actually designed in order to empower ASEAN on that 6E solution that I mentioned earlier. So I see about more than 100 people in this meeting room. That means this evening, I expect to see more 100 engagement in our social media, right? So please click share, click like, click subscribe. ASEAN Foundations on our Facebook, Instagram, X, LinkedIn, TikTok, whatsoever your favorite social media. Thank you very much. So that's the way to implement it.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay. Now, His Excellency would like to answer the second question.
Yes, indeed, this is very difficult question to answer. But I would like to underline like this. The ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forums is a kind of a platform for ASEAN to implement or interpret the visions of ASEAN into the program, the real programs, the concrete programs. So we are trying to find out how the ASEAN can become as a force and in initiating to have the real or concrete programs to make the peoples in the regions live in harmony, live in peaceful situation and stable, and also the most important thing, how to make the welfare in these regions. So I think after a long time and discussion among member states, ASEAN member states, and thanks God that, and at the end of the day, the partners or the partners of the ASEAN can support the Indo-Pacific, ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum outlooks. And Indonesia has organized the first meetings of the ASEAN Indo-Pacific outlooks in the forum in Jakarta. And this October also the Laos will host the ASEAN Indo-Pacific forums. So we are going to discuss on how to find the way and how to make the concrete programs in trying to make cooperations. We would like also Indonesia hope that one day, at the end of the day, we will declare on the architectures of Indo-Pacific in the real programs. So I think that's a kind of the positive response from our partners. So let's see and hope and have the positive energy in trying to find a solution in the futures. And one of the Indonesia would like to see is cooperation in the regions, because that's the most important thing in trying to strengthen our effort in trying to make this region peaceful and stable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. So stay positive and be cooperative. I think that concludes our session for our first section for this morning. And well, actually, we still have a couple more questions, especially for Major General Jumpot, but unfortunately, we don't have enough time to answer the question. But Major General will still be with us. So if you have questions, you can come and talk to him directly. So I hand over to the MCs, please.
So thank you so much. And certainly a very interesting topic to be discussed, and obviously a lot of questions result into that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, just give the panelists a big round of applause, please, if I could ask for that. What a great session indeed. And now we would like to have a gift presentation. เดี๋ยวในช่วงจังหวะนี้จะขออนุญาตมอบของที่ระลึกให้กับทางผู้แทนที่อยู่บนเวทีทั้ง4ท่านนะครับ So what a great discussion. I'm sure you all agree, and we would like to invite, of course, Chief Marshal Phumchai Leksuntharakon, our Commanding General of the National Defense Studies Institute, to present the tokens of appreciation to the panelists. The highlights of this would be collaboration, of course, turning competition into collaboration. And I think the highlights of talking about the roles of ASEAN in the region, being a very prominent and key organization in linking or making this happen. So we hope to see more positive prospect of ASEAN in the near future with a lot of activities and cooperation work. All right, so I think we're ready. So let's present the tokens of appreciation to our panelists first. If I could invite first Professor Piti Sisangnam to be the one who first receive the gift.
And His Excellency Mr. Rashmad Budinan, please.
Major General Jumpot Nuraket, please, the Director of Peace Operations Center.
And of course, our moderator, Commander Kanok Bunnak.
Now we have a group picture, please. ขอเรียนเชิญทุกท่านร่วมถ่ายภาพหมู่ด้วยนะครับ So look at the cameras. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Excellent. What a great session it's been. A big round of applause once again. ขอเสียงปรบมืออีกครั้งหนึ่งนะครับ. A great start to the day, ladies and gentlemen, a great start to this discussion of topics. And we have concluded our first session of the day. And as Director of the Peace Operations Center mentioned, Happy Tummy, Happy Me is now for a coffee break, ladies and gentlemen. 15 minutes it will be. So we would like to take you to, say, 15 minutes, that's 5 minutes to 11. So that's 10:55 will be the coffee break.
And you can download the pictures that were taken in this dialogue from the QR code in the registration area.
That's right. So if any of you would like to have your pictures, because I know that many of you have probably noticed that our cameramen have been like walking around taking pictures of you. If you like to see whether your pictures have been taken and you would like to have copies of the pictures, by all means, you can download your pictures by downloading on the QR code.
Yes.
The QR code will be available at the registration desk. All right. So, and we'll try to also show it on the screen here as now. You can actually download this application, the web application of TSD Thailand Security Dialogue on the screen right now. And the images QR code is shown on the screen right now. สำหรับท่านใดที่อยากจะดาวน์โหลดรูปที่ทางช่างภาพของเราทีมงานช่างภาพช่างวิดีโอได้ถ่ายทอดไปนะครับก็สามารถสแกนได้ที่ QR code ที่อยู่บนจอณเวลานี้นะครับสามารถสแกนได้เลยนะครับแล้วเราก็จะมี QR code ที่โต๊ะลงทะเบียนด้วยนะครับเอาละครับในช่วงนี้พักเบรก15 นาทีนะครับเดี๋ยวเรามาพบกันอีกทีในเซสชั่นต่อไปในเวลา 10:55 นะครับ 10:55 ครับขอบคุณครับ
weaknesses for ASEAN.
That's right. Well, some of you may be wondering what on earth would food and health be related to military applications or to even defense security aspect. But food and health are very, very relevant to the security aspect as well. So we like to have this session dedicated just for those topics. And we have the esteemed panelists who are here with us to discuss on these issues. They are Dr. Srita Tamapuri, Ms. Tongchai Thanachanan, Professor Kiet Rakrungtham, and of course our moderator, one and only, Dr. Sumanya Ngandi. All right, let's now talk about their backgrounds, the CVs and everything. Go ahead.
Okay. First, I'd like to introduce our first panelist, Dr. Srita Tamapuri. He's a Senior Food Safety and Nutrition Officer at the FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, with over 22 years of experience across public, private, and multilateral organizations. He specializes in capacity building, policy formulation, and food systems transformation. Dr. Tamapuri holds a PhD in life science from Jawaharlal Nehru University, India, and he has an MBA from the University of Kansas, the United States. He works His work has significantly impacted agri-food systems, particularly in developing countries, and he has led numerous projects and other key publications in his field.
And our next panelist is Ms. Tongchai Thanachanan. She's the Executive Vice President, Chief of Sustainability and Strategy at Thai Beverage Public Company, and also a Managing Director of Sea ASEAN, which is another vivid organization in support of ASEAN community. She's also has a Master of Business Administration from Kellogg School of Management, Northwestern University, and a Bachelor of Arts in Economics and East Asian Studies from Princeton University. And she brings with her extensive expertise in strategy, investment management, and sustainability.
And next, we have Professor Kiet Rakrung Tham. He is a professor of medicine and director of the School of Global Health at Chulalongkorn University. He also co-directs the Chula Vaccine Research Center, or Chula VRC, focusing on allergy, immunology, and HIV medicine. His research aims to improve global health care and vaccine access, including developing mRNA vaccines for COVID-19, dengue, HPV, avian flu, and allergies. He has published over 370 papers and received several awards, including the 2022 Royal Award for contributions to vaccine development.
Well, you may have heard of his name during the 2019-2020 COVID-19, and obviously he made a lot of publicity in that aspect during that pandemic. And our beautiful moderator on this occasion is Dr. Suman Yangandi, is a senior professional computer technical officer at the Office of Agricultural Economics, Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives of Thailand. And she's the deputy manager of the ASEAN Food Security Information System, or AFSIS. She holds a PhD in Information and Communications Technologies from the Asian Institute of Technology, specializing in rice crop yield prediction using big data analytics. With over 20 years of experience, she's an expert in IT infrastructure, agricultural data systems, and project management. And she has also lectured on IT at Siam University.
And now it's time, so we'd like to give the floor to our moderator and the panelists.
So thank you very much for your kind introductions and very good mornings again. I will try to manage the time before your lunch. So I promise it's not poor management about the time. So I would like to the good mornings again for the honorable speaker and distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and pleasure for me to be the moderator and participate in the Thailand Security Dialogue 2024 today. So I would like to welcome you to all the panel discussions on food and health security, strength or weakness for ASEAN. So as we know about the food and health security paramount, it's not only the overall the human, but also for the securing for the livelihood and economic development as well. So for the overview of situations, I think I would like to invite for the first speaker. It is a good opportunity today. We are honored to have the speaker with the wealth of the expertise, and it's very invaluable, the experience from the different fields. So the first speaker, please give a big approach to the Dr. Sita Dhammapuri.
Thank you, moderator. And first of all, on behalf of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us to speak here today. As the MC said a little while ago, we wonder why health and food security should be part of a security dialogue. But the answer there is quite obvious, particularly these days. If you look at some of the unrest in the region, particularly in South Asia, in some parts of Southeast Asia, a lot of it is linked to the lack of food security and nutrition, and most of it actually coming from the impacts of the COVID pandemic, as well as the continuing crisis related to climate change, environmental pollution, and many others. And let's not also forget some of the other conflicts which are going on in other parts of the globe, which have a very important impact here as well. So any dialogue on security cannot be divorced from a discussion on food and health security. So that's what we'll just talk about a little bit today. And in my presentation, you might find a lot of terms which are technical and might be difficult to understand, but I've put in the references, so whenever you have time, you can go to those references and look at it in more detail. Most of the information that I will show today is in the public domain. It's published, it's on our website, so it's accessible at any time. So if I do fail to explain this properly to you, you can always go back there and look at it. So what's the big picture in the world today? So these are coming from our recent report on the state of food security and nutrition 2011. Now, 2024, I'm sorry. So this is according to the latest report, which was published just about a month ago, between 713 and 757 million people faced hunger in 2023. That's 1 in 11 people. So when you look at overall the picture, you do see that 1 in 11 people is malnourished and therefore will not be able to productively contribute to the economy in most of these countries. And as they always say, a hungry person is an angry person, and that does not augur well for security in general. In Asia, this figure has largely remained unchanged, but the key figure in Asia is more than 2 billion people, or actually about 45% of the population in Asia cannot afford a healthy diet. Now, what do we mean by a healthy diet? Usually, when we talk of diets, when we talk of food, we talk of enough food for all, so enough rice or vegetables or fish or shrimp or whatever is it that we eat. But when we talk of healthy diet, we are talking of an adequate balance of all nutrients which come in together, and that forms the healthy diet. And the healthy diet is different for every country. It can also be different between different parts of a country. But overall, it needs to contribute to the health and nutrition status of a person. Therefore, he and she can contribute to the economy of the country. And when that goes missing, or when that becomes unaffordable, then that is where the problems actually begin. So the average cost of a healthy diet in the Asian region is about $4.20 per person per day, and this is on purchasing power parity basis. So it's comparable across countries. And you will agree that's very high. So these diets are unaffordable. And this is a paradox because this is a region, so when you look at these countries like India, China, Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, and many of these countries, these are big food-producing countries. So we produce the maximum amount of vegetables, of milk, of rice, of pork, and fish, and many other things. And yet, the distribution of these commodities is not adequate, and therefore people do not have access to healthy diets. I'm sorry, this is the wrong presentation. This was, sorry to interrupt here. Can somebody please update? This is the...
รบกวนทางทีมงานมีตัวอัปเดตของดร. ซิสดาร์ธไหมคะ
Sorry for the interruption. We'll just get back to it in a minute. And I will catch up on the time, so I won't take more than 25 either.
So, Doctor, during we waiting for the presentations, maybe we can start like if you touch about the food hunger and about the food security. So right now, the situation right now from the past 10 years, how you feel it's too much different or?
So what you will see when the slides come up is that the progress in addressing hunger, so particularly food insecurity and nutrition, has been very patchy. And particularly since 2015, when the SDGs were announced, so the Sustainable Development Goals were announced, the progress has been very, very limited, and in fact, it has gone backward. And it's not gone backward only because of the pandemic and its effects. It was going backward anyway. And the reason was that a lot of the focus, and as you would all know, particularly in this part of the world, has been because of the focus on economic growth indicators, such as GDP. So the percent of GDP of growth was always the top indicator for almost any economy. So we often heard figures like 7%, 9%, even 11, 12%. But what it did not translate into was to ensure that food reached adequately all citizens in this particular region, and that they actually had access to it at affordable prices, which is why the lack of healthy diets. And when you actually see the nutrition figures, so you will see the percentage of undernourishment, which continues to be stagnant. It does not improve. So overall, the percentage of malnourished people in the Asia-Pacific region is around 8%. It has been around 8.58, but it hasn't gone below that. If you look at the rate of food insecurity, you will actually see that the percentage of food insecurity, both moderate and severe, remains very high and stubborn. You'll also see that there is a big gender imbalance, and that is critical. We heard in the morning about the importance of the woman soldier, of the woman service person. But women have been consistently neglected in terms of nutrition. They are the last to eat, and they also get the least amount to eat. And therefore, what we find is you will actually have vast differences between the way nutrition is received. Thank you very much. Now we are back. So when I was talking about the previous, so here's where we are. So these are updated figures. So as you see, you actually have the cost of a healthy diet being so high that is unaffordable. And then when you look at every country, they have a healthy diet. What you see here is the one which has been devised for Thailand. And here you will see what the nutritionists of Thailand have done is to actually achieve a balance to say what are the components in the diet which will actually ensure that citizens have access to all the nutrients that they are required. Now, there are a couple of things in terms of the statistics that need to be explained here. A percentage of undernourishment. So when we're talking about that, we're not simply talking of people who receive less food. We are talking of people who who are both malnourished in terms of underweight, but they're also obese and overweight and also deficient for other nutrients. So it's more than just quantity. The other is on the food security experience scale, which is the estimate of a country's population that faces difficulties in accessing safe and nutritious food. So when you start looking at the statistics, particularly in Asia, you will actually see, and I think what's key here is to look at the orange and the red. So you'll see in Asia, something like 467 people are severely food insecure, and about more than 1 billion people, 1.1, are actually moderately insecure. And when you start looking at these figures, look at Southeastern Asia, look at undernourishment. So for Asia, the average figure is 8%, Southeastern Asia is 6.5%. It's Southern Asia, which is actually the most severely affected, almost 14%. But if you look at the progress over the years, look at since 2005, in Southeast Asia, we've come down from 17% to 6%. But the progress since 2015, and which is what I was saying, has been quite slow. And that's the area of real concern. Likewise, when you start off looking at the number of people who are experiencing food insecurity in Southeastern Asia, we're actually now looking at about 117 million people. And again, you can see that over the last few years, this has stagnated, so it's not improving. If you also start looking at the number of people unable to afford a healthy diet, again, we have stagnation. So from, let's say, 2019, which is just before the pandemic, till now, it's actually been a regression, but there has not been much improvement anyway, since what we had initially in 2017. So these are concerning numbers. The average cost of a healthy diet in Southeast Asia is higher than the average for the whole world, for Asia. For Asia, it's 4.2. For Southeastern Asia, it's about 4.35. So we are actually looking at a situation where countries in this region pay more for a healthy diet. So what's overall the report card here? On low birth weight, it's stagnant, so no improvement over the last 8 years. Exclusive breastfeeding, so this has actually improved. In fact, this is one of the few indicators around the world which have improved. Stunting has slightly decreased, which is again good progress. Overweight has increased, and this is again worrying because you have overweight increasing among children less than 5 years old, but also among adults. Wasting, which is low weight for age, is still at 9%, which is very high. It's almost close to 10%. And anemia among women of reproductive, anemia is the shortage of iron. Iron is essential for forming hemoglobin. Hemoglobin is essential for blood. So in other words, the iron deficiency is very common in Asia. Almost 1 in 2 women suffer from a deficiency. And finally, obesity among adults increased from 6.5% to 10%. So we're actually having multiple burdens of nutrition. So we have, as we said, stunting and wasting, which is undernutrition. We have nutrient deficiency, as we see in women, so iron deficiency. And then we have obesity increasing both among children and adults. And this is the gender gap I was talking about. So if you look at just on the left, just to make, it's difficult to understand from a distance, but just to say that when you look at the graphs for men and women, the numbers, the percentage for undernourishment for women is significantly higher than men. The irony is that agriculture in Asia, also in the ASEAN countries, relies increasingly on women because a lot of the men have started to migrate. They go to cities, they go to urban areas, or they go to countries outside the region. So what happens, agriculture is increasingly dependent on the same women who are receiving lesser nutrition than the others. So you can think of the impacts it will have on agriculture production, therefore, what it could then have on security, internal security as well. One of the problems that we've experienced in the last couple of years has been the conflicts. And there's a big one in Europe, and there's also a big one now in the Middle East. And as a consequence of that, when you look at the FAO Food Price Index, in 2022, the peak that you see that was in March 2022. That was when, just as the world was beginning to come out of the pandemic, vaccines were being distributed and were made easily available. But that was the time that the war in Europe started, and then we had all the other impacts which came out. Now, the war in Europe between Russia and Ukraine has multiple impacts. Apart from the security aspect, those two countries used to supply a huge amount of seeds and fertilizer, apart from being very big producers of wheat and maize. So what happened was that not only did we have a reduction in the food supply for globally, we also had a reduction of the resources which contribute to food supply, notably seeds and fertilizer. Because of those shortages and because those prices for seeds and fertilizer went up very high, some countries in South Asia, notably Sri Lanka and Pakistan, actually went into an economic recession, a loss of food production followed by recessions. And so as you can see, these are events which are happening so far away, but they have an impact right here in our own home. So these are things to consider when we actually plot both security policy and agriculture policy. Likewise, there's a slowing growth of agriculture and fish output, and these are both important. Remember, crops, rice and fish is effectively the staple across the region, and you can see the stagnation in the production. And these are issues that we need to consistently consider in this particular region, because Asia-Pacific region is very complex. So we have very rich countries, we have G7 countries, G20 countries, but we also have countries like Afghanistan, which are in constant, protracted crisis. Likewise, we also have countries which are very young, like in South Asia. We also have countries which are aging, like Thailand, Japan, and many others. So when we look at agriculture policy, we need to have a policy different for the young countries. For the young countries, we need an agriculture policy that promotes employment. Whereas for the older countries, we need a policy that promotes mechanization, technology, so that even the older people or older farmers can continue to grow continue to keep pace with agriculture production. Anyway, I'll skip this slide. What's the other issue in Asia and the Pacific? That we all know that agriculture now contributes lower and lower to the GDP of the countries here. It's something like the overall, while you actually have more than 2 billion farmers in this region, smallholders, family farmers, also large farmers, though not that many, their share in the GDP has been consistently decreasing. In ASEAN, I think the highest that any country has in terms of agriculture contribution to GDP is about 20%, not more. But at the same time, with so many people depending on agriculture for an income, their share is decreasing. And that is a reason for concern, because that means lesser money, lesser employment, and more reason, and also contributes to lowering production, as well as contributing to unrest later because of a lack of jobs. Also here, we have a dependence on very few crops. Well, that's global actually, but also in this region. So rice, wheat, and maize contribute something like 60 or 70% of the world's food. That's dangerously low dependence, considering the number of species that are available in the plant and animal world that are available for human consumption. Climate change is an issue. While climate change, greenhouse gas emissions associated with agriculture contribute a huge amount of those emissions. At the same time, we also need to consider the number of people who depend upon it, on agriculture for livelihood, so we cannot wish them away. So that needs reform. We do have the Paris Climate Change Agreement, where every country has agreed to scale down greenhouse gas emissions. But that needs to happen at a certain rate, which also promises smallholders and farmers who are dependent on agriculture a way to exit and find either other jobs or to transition to incomes from sustainable agriculture. And the next speaker will talk a little more about sustainability. Here we are also suffering from a degradation of natural resources. So the statistics are all there. Water scarcity in this region is increasing, although this region is home to a number of large rivers, if you see, both across South Asia and Southeast Asia. 90% of global aquaculture is here. 50% of global captive fishery is here. So we still have the largest share of planted forests, but we have 60% of global fatalities and 40% of economic losses from climate change or climate-related disasters, such as cyclones and typhoons and so on and so forth. So when you look at all this, the key is that we cannot increase food production endlessly. We have to increase food production with lower resources or with a lower resource base, whether it's less land, less water. So how do we actually go about doing that? Also, one thing to consider, and I won't go into too much detail on this, is what's the real cost of food? And that's something to think about. Is it what we pay when we go outside, we buy a plate of tom yum or pad thai for 100 baht or 150 baht, or we go to that 7-Eleven and we buy a snack for 50 baht. Is that the real cost of food? It probably is not. That's a very subsidized cost, because the real cost of food actually includes a number of other things. The agriculture inputs, the greenhouse gas emissions at every stage, from production, manufacturing, retail, consumption, food waste, and also the packaging when we dispose of or we throw away the plastic packaging, the damage it causes to the environment or the expense it causes the city to dispose of in a landfill, and so on. So all these add to the cost of food. And what you will see is that the expected value of these costs as analyzed by FAO is something to the extent of $12.7 trillion. So that is a huge amount of money. And what are the consequences of that is what we just talked about. Undernourishment, that actually leads to poverty, unhealthy dietary patterns, which results in obesity, and degradation of land, water, and the climate. So you can see how these things are linked. So that's why FAO's mission is not just about that we increase production, or we work with countries to increase production of rice, or wheat, or pulses, and oilseeds. It has to be done sustainably. It has to be done that it results in a healthy diet for its people, it results in lower greenhouse gas emissions, and it results in finding other ways to increase production. And those could be, I will skip this, those could be, for example, by improving food safety. So now when you improve food safety actually results in massive losses, particularly to low income and low and middle income countries. How is that? If you think of the number of people who don't go to work because they have fallen sick, because they have a stomach upset, look at the loss in productivity. So there is a particular way to measure this. It's called disability adjusted life years, but let's not get into that. But it is just to explain to you that the lack of food safety is a silent pandemic. Across the world, there are thousands of foodborne illnesses that happen every day, and that damage or result in a loss of income, not only to the poor, but also to the country in general. So the lack of food safety actually impacts public health, exports, economy, tourism. We are talking of tourism in Thailand. We know how important that is, and livelihoods. So the World Bank calculated, and this is a slightly old figure, so it's not current, that nearly 100 billion is actually lost. Now, imagine if you could save this 100 billion, or you could save this food that is being lost because of a lack of food safety. Remember, unsafe food cannot be cured. Food can only be disposed of, so it's a waste. And then coming to the question of actual food loss and waste. So a lot of food is lost from the farm as it goes to the market, and at the same time, a lot of food is lost at home or in the shops or in the office. Let's hope today when you all have lunch, you make sure you consume everything that's on your plate. So all this actually could feed more than 1 billion people for a year, which means we don't have to produce that much more to feed those billion or more people. So these are ways in which you can increase the food supply, improving food safety, reducing food loss and waste without actually having to produce more. Lastly, and I've mentioned this already a few times, employment is critical because in agriculture is characterized by a high rate of informal work. There's a lack of occupational safety and health, particularly when it comes to spraying pesticides and so. And when we actually implement solutions, whether they're technology-based or they use policy-based, we need to look at the context of the country, as we said initially. Is a country rich, poor? Is it aging? Is it young? What are its particular attributes that need to be served? So this is why FAO, we need to reflect, and both as not just as FAO, but as all of us here, reflect on the need to address productivity loss and poor economic growth, the potential for social unrest, which we are already seeing, environmental degradation that affects everybody, whatever we may do, and implications for the world and regional economy. Which is why what FAO now talks about is not agriculture, increasing agriculture production, we talk of agri-food systems transformation. That includes stepping up investment. We support every country, including Thailand, to develop and implement food system transformation pathways, look at social production programs, climate smart farming, training and skilling to on-farm and off-farm opportunities, and science, innovation, and technology. So what are some of the key actions for SDG 2, which deals with food security and nutrition? That is to repurpose agriculture policies. Subsidies are a big issue. How do we actually address some of these things? Improving food safety and quality, improving sustainability practices, and supporting a food environment that encourages healthy eating, which means reducing food or controlling, regulating food which is rich in salt, sugar, and fat, which is one of the primary causes of childhood obesity. And social protection, which is important particularly for women, including mothers, because it helps them to have a career, earn money outside their homes. So there are various ways, so I won't go through all of this. The list of solutions is almost endless, but that's why we are here today to share this, and so that we can propagate them through our various media and through our various professions. So I'll stop here, and I just wanted to finally share the announcement of our flagship forum, which happens every October in Rome, which is our headquarters, where we actually bring in people from all walks of life, all professions, and of all ages to talk of how we can address food systems transformation in the region. And lastly, our core message, as we said, in FAO is not just having more food, it's having better production, which results in better nutrition, which actually contributes to a better environment for all, which then results in a better life. That's what we all want, isn't it? That's the goal for everybody here. So that's our mission, and I hope I have managed to convey some of these key messages without getting into too many technical terminology. And I'm available for questions later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sisda, for your comprehensive information. It's very interesting. And he mentioned about the agri-food system transformation. I think this issue is very important now, and the people also would like to know how we can, for the understanding about the transformations. And also the Dr. Sisda also presents regarding about the factor which related about the hidden environments that will affect our food. Okay, so I think for next speaker, we will listen about the sustainability issue and also have some showcase that from her experience and from Beverage Public Company Limited. So please welcome the second speaker, Ms. Tong Chai Thanachananan, Executive Vice President from Beverage.
Thank you, Ka. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Dhamapuri for your introduction on the big picture of food security, as well as some policy recommendation. I might have to excuse myself to say that I'm not a policymaker. I'm also not an academia. I'm just a practitioner in the private sector, right? But I would use my economics, my training as economist to really think about this whole food security issue. And I would say that my scope of the issue would only focus on the food availability. As Dr. Dhamapuri mentioned, the food security actually spans from food availability to access, to affordability, and to quality, right? So it spans a lot of dimensions about food. But what I would be discussing would be only focusing on the food availability and the structural factors that will impact the food availability in the future. So the question was actually around food security, is that a strength or the threat or the weakness of Southeast Asia? I would like to draw your attention to this picture, right? We know that Southeast Asia is actually recognized as one of the world's biodiversity hub and also kitchen of the world. The Thai people who is my age probably remember this phrase, kitchen of the world, right? Southeast Asia actually accounts for about 20% of world's plants, animal, and marine species, right? So we are the hub of biodiversity for the globe. We also produce about 1/3 of world's rice production, about 85% of world's palm oil production, which goes into a lot of food, right? We produce about 1/4 of the world's seafood production and about 15 to 20% of the world's coffee production. So that's the status right now. We are the center of the world's food production. But what is changing? I would say that there are a few threats to this scenario. And I would summarize it into two parts. The first part is about the demand, the factors that will impact the demand, and mainly that comes from the population growth, right? So demand will increase. But at the same time, the supply will also decrease, particularly from two sides. The first part is about the volume, right? The shrinking agricultural land, from urbanization, rising sea level, and in some places, political unrest. So that's basically the volume, the space that will be available for agriculture will be decreasing. Plus, at the same time, the productivity of the agricultural sector can actually reduce in the future, mainly from global warming and also deteriorating quality of the resources. And I would go into details. And after that, I will talk a little bit about the solutions that the private sector is doing to countermeasure these factors. Right, so the first part on the demand, you see that everyone talks about population growth. How bad is that, right? In 2023, our population in the world, or actually in Southeast Asia, is about 687 million people. And this is projected to grow by more than 100 million people by 2050. So about 15% more people in Southeast Asia, right? And globally, this number will go up to about close to 10 billion people, 9.7 billion people by 2050. And that means in Southeast Asia, there will be about 15% more people, and globally, there will be about 20% more people living in this earth. And this is, due to advancement in healthcare, right? People living longer, and so on, right? So we have the growing demand of about 15 to 20% in the next 25 years. Now, on the supply, we'll see that the first part, I have a lot of pictures, not a lot of statistics, but on the supply, the first part about why our agricultural land is shrinking. The first one is about urbanization, right? We know that all the cities are expanding. In Thailand, we're also talking about secondary cities, Mueang Rong, right? So urbanization is going everywhere. And it's actually good for the economy and livelihood in one sense, but at the same time, it actually poses threat because the agricultural land actually get reduced by urbanization. And there had been some estimates that in the past few decades, about 30 to 50 million hectares of agricultural land got lost globally from urbanization. And in Southeast Asia alone, about 2 to 4 million hectares got reduced due to urbanization. And going forward, it's estimated that about 1 to 2 million hectares per year will actually be lost due to urbanization. So urbanization comes in with probably better standard of living, in one sense, higher economic income for the people, but at the same time, it's a threat to the agricultural land. The other one that is probably even more serious is really about rising sea level, right? We know that from climate change and global warming, the sea level is projected to rise, right? And this is pretty much the picture of where are the areas that would be impacted. And it's estimated that globally, by 2050, about 5 to 15 million hectares would be lost due to rising sea level. But probably worse than that is about saltwater intrusion into the farming lands, right? About 10 to 20 million hectares probably will be impacted. And in Southeast Asia, this is quite important and dramatic, in fact, I would say. Because if you look at this picture, you would see that Mekong Delta of Vietnam which is currently account for about half of Vietnam rice production, will be impacted. Irrawaddy Delta in Myanmar will be impacted. Thailand is projection has it that up to Ayutthaya province will be under the sea, right? And that pretty much where we grow our rice, right? 1 to 3% of agricultural land in Thailand will be underwater, and about 10 to 20% more will be impacted by the saltwater intrusion, right? So when you have the sea level rising, the water in the river will become salty. So unless we actually change the crops that we currently use to become more resistant, right, to saline water, these crops will not yield much going forward. So this is the second impact or the second factor that's impacting the shrinking cultivation space. And then the third one, as we know in our neighbor, right, political unrest can also affect and reduce the agricultural practices across the world, right? In our case, in ASEAN, it's about Myanmar. And basically, due to the long-lasting political unrest, it's estimated that about 10 to 30% of agriculture production in Myanmar got reduced, both in terms of rice production, but also fishery. So these three factors, urbanization, rising sea level, and political unrest, actually impact on our cultivation space, right? They shrink the cultivation space. But beyond that, climate change can also reduce the productivity of agriculture. For example, we know that the world temperature is rising continuously, right? And there's some estimate that rising temperature, every 1 degree Celsius increase actually can reduce crop yield of wheat, rice, and maize by about 3 to 5%. Also, climate change impact change in growing seasons, and also can introduce new breeds of pests and diseases. Also, you can see that, the extreme weather events, be it droughts, floods, heat waves, storms, wildfires, actually increase in both frequency and intensity. And this also has impact on global output of agriculture. So if you put together the two pictures, you can see that on the demand side, in the next 25 years or so, demand will rise by 20% or more because the population will grow. And the population that is growing in income will also change their dietary pattern. They would require more proteins, right, which actually has cost more to the food system, right? So the demand side will grow up about 20%. The supply side will actually be reduced about 10 to 20% depending on estimates. You put two together, it means the gap in terms of food supply will be up to 40%, right, in the next 20-25 years. So what do we do about this, right? So I list out a few measures that we can think about. A lot of those come as policies, right? National policy, global policies, and so on. But as I'm from the private sector, I like to just focus on a few things that private sector and particularly my company is doing, and hopefully that together we can find solutions. Perhaps the first part is really about climate change, and I think as you can see, climate change causes rising sea level, cause severe weather events, cause change in climate patterns. So we feel that really being more climate friendly, right, trying to revert this trend is the most important thing right now because it takes a long time to actually reverse or try to control the severity of climate change. So what do we do about it? At Thai Beverage, and I would say a lot of companies in Thailand and in this region, we are quite serious about net zero, right? Our governments have declared net zero target, and at our company level, we also declare net zero target. So for us, we hope to become net zero in our own production, Scope 1 and Scope 2 emission by 2040. So what do? We invest in solar panel to actually change our energy consumption to be clean energy, right? We treat our biogas, which comes from fermentation process, right, to convert that into energy, right? Another form of clean energy. And also we really take care of our packaging materials, be it glass bottle, paper packaging, PET bottles, or aluminum cans. We hope to actually recycle all of our packaging by 2030, as well as really get to 50% of our energy consumption to be from clean energy by 2030 as well. So that's really about climate change, really try to revert that, or maybe not so much reverting, but really slow down the climate change. And we invest roughly about $50 million per year to really get and change our operations to be more private friendly. The other part is about the resource quality, right? Being a beverage company, we consume a lot of water, right? So we actually have the target to replenish our water consumption back to the nature, and this we hope to get to 100% of all our water consumption back to the nature by 2040, right? And this is another big project, because we have to think about how to actually return water to the nature, how to return the water to the communities across the sites that we are having production. So these are the two things really about trying to make resources more available and really control the climate change movement. But beyond that, we actually support and incubate startups. And this is probably more direct solution to the food security and food availability. The first part of the startups that could become solution is really about precision agriculture, right? This has been developing very rapidly in the past 5 to 10 years. And what it means is that precision agriculture means that we use the GPS-guided equipment, we use data analytics, we use IoT, we use data from satellite sensors, imagery data to really optimize the growing conditions and also the resource usage of agriculture, right? To reduce waste. For example, we can understand from the satellite picture about the quality of the soil, right? We understand when is the best time to actually seed the plant, right? And how much fertilizer to give to a particular area. And we can monitor the response and the changes in the climate or the environment in that particular area to really optimize the conditions and optimize resource utilization. From some estimate, the precision agriculture can improve yield probably by 10 to 13%, and also can reduce cost to the farmers, being it usage of water, usage of agriculture, and usage of seeds by 15 to 20%. So this is quite powerful, and I think for Thailand, we need to actually think a lot more about how we can support precision agriculture to our small farmers going forward. And the extreme form of precision agriculture is in one form of vertical farming. You probably have heard about that as well, right? And vertical farming actually is quite popular in the US, Japan, Netherlands, and Singapore, right? And there are some in Thailand as well. This is basically, you can think about it as plant factory, right? So rather than a factory that produces products, it's a factory that produces plants. And in this factory, we control all the environment, right? The heat, the even the ray, you know, they can put in particular wavelength of rays to actually fit with the demand of each plant, right? The humidity, the vitamin, everything that goes into the plant to be controlled so that we can optimize the productivity. And right now, there are probably about more than 1,000 companies of this vertical farming across the world. So this is about trying to countermeasure the lowering productivity caused by what we have done to our globe. But another part is really about thinking about new sources of food, right? So if agriculture will be shrinking, where else do we find food, right? So it's a lot about recycling, right? Upcycling, and also really technology. The left-hand side of the picture, the water, is actually called New Water. I'm not sure whether some of you may have heard about it. New Water is actually the project, and it's more than a project. It's actually a real facility in Singapore that the government has used the sewage water, recycle it, clean it to become a drinkable water. Right, so the whole city of Singapore sewage system actually go into this plant and make it into a drinkable water, right? And they even have new beer, so the beer that's made of sewage water, right? And this type of technology and projects are happening beyond Singapore as well. I remember when I went to Portugal, they also have this type of program. The second picture, toast. It's actually the way to think about how to use our food loss and food waste to upcycle it, right? And this company is called Toast. Toast is a brewery that started in UK, right? And as the name suggests, right, part of the beer comes from leftover toast, leftover bread, right? So you can imagine that each day, how much bread is left over in any bakery, right? In any city, especially in the Western world, right? So Toast has expanded. Toast is actually a very idealistic company, and it's kind of an open source, if you will, in terms of the beer making. So they actually share their recipe across, and right now they have expanded to more than 10 countries, more than 80 breweries across the world, and they generate about $5 million revenue, right? Really to make use of leftover bread to become beer, right? And there are many more startups of leftover beer, leftover bread to become beer. Like in Hong Kong, there's a company called Breer, right? In UK, in Singapore, and so on. So I think the new generation of startups are really putting their head together to really think about how to deal with food waste and actually improve food security. The picture on top is actually about new source of protein, insect-based protein, right? And for Thai people, I think this probably is not that surprising, right? We have, rot phai duan and all this, that we fried and we eat, from, in the market. But it's actually becoming a real sector in the world. Because why insect? Because insect is the most efficient source of protein, along with seaweed, right? So if we can actually, as Dr. Dhamapuri talked about, right, the real cost of food is in the production. So if you can find the source of protein that is most efficient in terms of using resource and convert it to protein, that's probably the best way, to produce protein. Insect is one of them, seaweed is the other, right? So the insect-based proteins right now, it's estimated that there are about 200, 300 companies around the world, right? A lot of them produce animal feeds and pet food, but a lot of them also start to produce food for human. And it's estimated that this market will grow into a sizable market, about $8 to $10 billion sales in the next 5 years or so. The key blocking point about insect food, protein is actually about regulations, right? Because in some countries, including Thailand, we still don't accept insect as the food for people, right? You can buy it in the market, but you can't make it into packaged food, for example. And then the last part is really about lab-grown meat, lab-grown milk, right? the way that lab-grown meat or milk is made is that we take a very small amount of cells to actually cultivate that in lab to make into big quantity of product. So for example, lab-grown meat, you can take about 0.5 gram of the meat cells and it can produce 2 billion kilogram of beef. So imagine the productivity of it, right? So lab-grown meat, there are probably about more than 100 companies around the world, mainly in the US, Israel, and Netherlands, right? And lab-grown milk is a bit newer, smaller size. They also in the US and Israel. So these are the innovation to watch out for, and they could potentially provide real solution in the world where the land for agriculture got shrinked all the time. So I would like to end my part about just concluding that food security is very similar to other sustainable development topics. It requires multiple balancing acts, right, from social, environmental, political, economic. It involves majority of the population, both as consumers and as farmers, food operators. Many more solutions and collaborations are still required, and in particular, the solutions that would involve farmers who are the main provider of our food, right? Technologies needs to be disseminated to them, right? They need to understand how to use technology, but also the long-term program to provide right incentives to the farmers and food operators will also be required. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Ms. Tong Chai, for enlightening and important factors which are threatening the food security. And not only that, she also mentioned or presents regarding about the net zero and about the precision agriculture. And also, I'm very surprised about the new food source. So on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, I think I get some new idea to promote or maybe deliver to the farmer. Like we try to change their behavior and also about the perspective that we have to apply the innovations and new technology for the agriculture. Thank you very much. The first speaker and the second speaker, we show the big picture regarding about the food security. So I think for the third speaker, we will listen the very invaluable the experience from the Professor Kiat Rakdrungtham, founder and director Chulalongkorn Vaccine Research Center, related about the health security.
Good morning. So we're going to shift the gear to talk about the health security, but my main focus will be on the vaccine security and vaccine equity issue. I think that's about 100 years ago, what we are facing is a big pandemic that, impact a lot of health, life, and also the social security and economic security. So it's very clear that, and about 100 years later, we have more and more. And you can see that the pandemics is getting closer or nearer in terms of timing. Before 50 years ago, the interval between one pandemic to the other is roughly about 10 to 20 years. But in the last I would say that 2 decades, you can start to see that it's getting less than 5 years in average. And in the past 4 or 5 years that we have a big lesson learned about COVID-19 pandemics. And we all realize that the total case reported is underreported, maybe 5 or 10-fold. At least, but the confirmed cases is more than up to 800 million people confirmed infection, and more than 7 million people confirmed death-related COVID-19. And these pandemics, again, have a really serious impact on health security and the social security. And when we're facing a pandemic, the first thing we can do is distancing people, try to reduce the contacts of the spreading of the disease. And the COVID lockdown, the serious lesson learned that we have is that the economic impact is very critical. People lost their job, and a lot of business, including particularly the small and medium-sized business, has been seriously impacted. And vaccine is one of the solutions that is very cost-effective to bring down that crisis. Why is that? Because if we learn from what we call the herd immunity, it means if you look at the top, just a second, the top one and the left lower one picture, you can see that this is the infected people and this is non-immune people. So they haven't been infected, they don't have been vaccinated. The disease can spread into the rat very quickly. It depends on how contagious that disease is going to be. And if you have a vaccine, but only few countries or few people can get access to it, and that you see here, in general, it means got immunized with vaccine, and the blue is still naive people, and this is the people got infected. You can see it cannot contain the infection. In contrast, if we make that vaccine widely available in a timely manner, and you can see that the more people vaccinated with immune, you protect themselves, and you can contain that infection or pandemics much quicker. But the reality is keep back and back and back in terms of lesson learned, how the world has been managed this type of pandemics. And you can see that this is from the Economist, the second year after the pandemics. So you see that it's only a few countries that can get the vaccine widely in a timely manner. Majority didn't. And you can imagine that poor country will be left behind. And among that, more than 7 million people dead, you can prevent maybe a third or a half of that mortality. However, during that serious impact of the pandemics, there's one phenomenon we can call that is a world record-breaking phenomenon in terms of science, in terms of how people put together globally and develop vaccine. And this is never before in the world history that again only one pathogen, you have more than 240 candidate vaccine has been developed, and more than 800 clinical trials has been conducted in many countries. And so we look at the speed of the development, the number and the type of the technology, the efficacy of the vaccine, and the rolling out to coverage people. Up to now, at least, we believe it's more than 14 billion people, a dose has been vaccinated. I go back here a bit, and that, however, inequity of access is really a major issue. At our vaccine research center, so I, together with my colleagues, we found this center is not like it happened today and you can make the vaccine. We found it decade ago, but with different technology. Until recently, 2 years before the pandemics started, we're very fortunate to have a wonderful scientist as a friend. So last year, if you recognize him, Professor Drew Weissman have got the Nobel Prize laureate. And so back in 2017, we believe that, keep in mind, 2017, none of the mRNA vaccine has been approved for human use. So we don't know yet whether this disruptive technology is going to work. But we both believe that it will be a way to go. And Drew, he is very committed, and together with us, that we would like to make this mRNA technology really globally accessed in the near future. So that commitment make us to be able to set up a capacity in our center in Thailand. So we are a small group. When any talk, I always saying that we are a very small group, but very committed people. And the beauty of working in a medical school is that you have variety of expertise in different field of diseases that we can think about the target vaccine development. We start, I would say that few months behind Pfizer and Moderna. So when the beauty of mRNA technology is that when you know the reported sequence of the pathogen, you can decide in the lab, and within less than 2 months, you can go get the candidate prototype to test in the animal and go to further testing in terms of safety in animal and go to production and clinical trial and then see the result. But this is the important thing of the low and middle income country to set up a capacity. Pfizer and Moderna, they got warp speed funding from the US government, about $1 billion. And they also have all the technology and capacity built decade ago. So they moved very fast. So within less than a year, they got approval. But we didn't have manufacturer in Thailand. We have to starting to get the technology and so on. But anyhow, at the end, we have a great promising COVID-19 vaccine. In this, I'm showing you here is a bivalent vaccine. We call it Convigen, and we have finished the trial phase 2 in Thailand, about 450 subjects, and then in Australia another 150 subjects. And the data are very promising, and you can see that the background on here is the background before the volunteer receive either the vaccine, Jula COVID-19 vaccine Convigen, or the Pfizer comparator vaccine. And this is the baseline before receiving. Remember that by the time we conduct the study, most of people already vaccinated, so they have a background antibody, and many of them also had been infected. So the background antibody is very high, about 50,000, and then only single dose of either Jula COVID-19 vaccine or the Pfizer comparator vaccine, you see, is a significant boost of the antibody. And by the analysis as a research way of conducting a study, we call it non-inferiority. So it means this is again Omicron, this strain, and you see that we almost superior, but it's still in the border of non-inferiority. And so during this pandemic, it took us 3 years, or 3-4 years to get to this point. But at least we have set up a capacity, almost all the development value chain. You see from the design, making the template, getting the mRNA produced, and then encapsulate it, do the animal testing, and that we are about in this state. I'm going to share in a minute ago, later, that, and then conduct the clinical trial. Now we have, with that we now, not only COVID vaccine, with this technology platform, we initiate another more vaccine. And then with the collaborator, we also have more vaccine in developing. But not only the pandemics, vaccine equity is more than just pandemic, it's beyond pandemic, because many other diseases still lag behind for people to get access to effective vaccine. But interestingly, a few months ago in April, that is the WHO set it as the what we call the immunization week. So every year in April, there's a week of immunization week. I believe that's probably allowed Songkran in Thailand. And this is the essential program of immunization that implementing globally. The inception is in 1974. So it's about 50 years ago. With this implementation of immunization in the past 50 years, you see that vaccine has saved at least more than 150 million of people globally from 14 different diseases. And at least one vaccine, one disease had been eradicated, smallpox, but another pox is coming, so monkeypox. Now, this is the R&D in pipeline. So by setting up capacity, a capability to make mRNA vaccine in the center, or in this case, it's one of the low and mid-income country in Thailand. So you see that we have other promising vaccine tested in animal, and we share some data a bit later, and also other vaccines. So about 10 vaccines together with collaborator in Asia, we start working more on other vaccine development. And because of starting from nobody in the past 5 years, we have been well recognized internationally to be part of the global effort to make this vaccine more accessible globally. So we have been invited to join and lead some of the target vaccine by the WHO in terms what we call the Southeast Asia Vaccine R&D Network. And we also recently applied grant together with a professor from UK, from Sheffield University, to set up another hub. So we call the UK Southeast Asian Vaccine Hub, granted by the UK government. And this is the list of the 4 target Southeast Asian vaccine that the consortium initiated by WHO working together. And interestingly, with our capacity, we can lead some of the vaccine and also help to produce a prototype for testing in other vaccines. In this case, dengue vaccine, HPV therapeutic vaccine, malaria VIVAC, and hand, foot, mouth diseases. One vaccine that I like to show a very promising data from our group, also from other group, is the HPV vaccine. We all know that HPV vaccine is to prevent people, adolescents particularly, from getting HPV infection and to prevent them in the long-term future development of cervical cancer or other sexual-related cancer, HPV-related cancer. But again, you see that this is the vaccine of preventive vaccine using this approach, L1 viral-like particle, is not affordable. So only, like now, we believe only a third of people that need to be vaccinated globally get access to the vaccine. And we're working, and many others also working on therapeutic vaccine. So because up to 300 million women are already infected. So this is a prevent for infection, but this already infected. And 1/5 of male also had already been infected. And in the next decade or longer, and some of them will become cancer, HPV-related cancer. So our goal is to set a different target from other big pharmaceutical vaccine industry, is that we are not targeting the advanced vaccine, but we want to get rid of the infection, the HPV, we call the HPV cure vaccine, and also to treat the precancerous state of the disease. And this is animal model. So, but I share with you very quickly, just to keep the point that this approach, only one dose, if you put the tumor cell, this HPV-associated tumor cell, in the animal, and then 3 days later you inject the vaccine and let the immune response, to be stimulated, and see whether compared to the control, this is control without vaccine, just the control, and this is vaccine, and different number of inoculation of tumor cell. You see that this is a tumor cell clear, and this picture, and also another way to look at. And this is another, the control tumor mass and the vaccine, and you can see that it's a tumor cell free. And we also confirm by PCR, the very sensitive technique to detect any leftover cell is that. So to make a point here is that capacity building in a low mid-income country is the must to make that feasibility to enhance vaccine equity. And with the achievement in the past 4 years, the medical school, Chulalongkorn, and the Chulalongkorn Hospital has also invested more facility for us, and including a small GMP facility, because we believe that the mRNA not only technology is not only for vaccine prevention, but also for therapeutics as well. So that can be a near future personalized medicine. The point I'd like to raise again, and this is the independent member work together led by the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, Helen Clark. We put together a group of different expertise and come up with the recommendation that for the vaccine equity, particularly during the pandemic preparedness, we cannot rely primarily on market-driven dynamic. It needs different way to approach, and we believe that we need really set up a capacity in the low and mid-income country at the region level and work together to make that happening. And again, Professor Drew Weissman is very committed, together with us and other partner. We try to put together a package to make mRNA technology be more global access. And this package will seek for funding to strengthening R&D and training low and mid-income country to be able to get the R&D candidate product, promising product, to GMP production, to clinical development, and then at the end for approval and widely access globally. But that is a challenge mission, but I think we put together, led by Professor Weissman. And this will be good for our discussion that if we want to prepare for the next pandemic, how we can do better. We learned the lesson. We believe that if low and middle-income countries working together, plus the high-income country support, we can do better. So vaccine equity is one of the health security challenges, for sure. And we can't just rely on the conventional market-driven type of approach, but we really need to approach very transformatively by strengthening local and regional capacity and develop end-to-end from R&D, from to production to clinical development, and to serve a global vaccine equity issue. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
So thank you very much, Professor Kiet. that you sharing your journey and your experience with the vaccines with us. So we can may say that the world have changed after COVID-19 pandemic. And from your presentations and the result from the vaccine trial, so can proving the powerful of the vaccine can preventing disease for the people. But however, in your slide that you mentioned about the next pandemic, you will do better. But hopefully, we will not have the new pandemic soon. Okay, so I think we got a lot of information and very useful data from the three speakers. So I think now we become to the Q&A sessions. But when I check from the tablet, I think maybe I should ask the question from the floor. So right now, I think maybe because we have run out of the schedule, so maybe only one question or two questions. Is this possible from the floor? So if anyone would like to have the questions, please raise your hands and introduce yourself, your organizations. Or maybe we're concerned about the food security. Okay, so thank you very much. I think maybe we have more questions from the floor. So I would like to express my appreciations to all the speakers, and thank you very much for your actively and kind attention from the audience. So I would like to turn over the microphone to the MC. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure whether, I'm pretty sure that there'll be a lot of interested people to ask questions to our panelists and of course to moderator as well, but they still be with us here throughout the lunchtime, and if any of you would be interested in asking questions and approaching them, by all means do so. So just give a big round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the panelists here. And of course, we would like to invite again Chief Marshal Phumchai Lek Suntarakon, now Commanding General of the National Defense Studies Institute, to present tokens of appreciation to all our panelists and moderator here. What an insightful and interesting topic on food and health security. They are all very, very important topics and very true in terms of the relevance to our daily life and in our security aspect as well. So now.
Okay. Now we'd like to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Sridhar Dhamapuri.
Next person, we would like to invite Dr. Tongchai Thanachanan, please.
And next, we'd like to invite Professor Kiat Rakrung Tham, please.
Last but by no means the least, Dr. Sumanya Ngandi, please. Our moderator.
And our sincere appreciation to all our speakers for their exceptional insights during session 5. And now we are ready for the group photo session.
ช่วงนี้จะเป็นการถ่ายภาพหมู่นะครับ And I'm pretty sure that there are many other interesting topics concerning security as well, besides the food and health. Yesterday we had a talk on the energy and environment. There are also other factors, namely human security factor, but due to the shortage of time that we have this seminar only for 2 days, so unfortunately we will have to continue that at other events some other time. All right. So big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. So what's happening now is much awaited time for a lot of you, I'm sure. We'll now take a break, a long break for lunch, because obviously I always mention this. All of you have been kind of bombarded with food
I
for
was just
thoughts.
thinking with the motto earlier, happy tummy, happy me.
Yeah, I can only remember happy life, happy wife.
Oh, that's definitely it.
Anyway, it's now time for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We should be back here by 1:30, so you have plenty of time, like 1 hour. So lunch will be served in the room next door, and it's a buffet style, so help yourself to the buffet line outside and enjoy yourself, and come back here at 1:30. We'll have what we call a reflection session, where we'll have distinguished guests, General Songwit Numpakdi, together with a prominent lecturer from Chulalongkorn University, Ajahn Panithan, to give the speeches. So be back here by 1:30, and until then, enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit.